Uh, uh, yeah. Ay, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. Yeah. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. I don't really want no static. I came in the game for the cabbage. Put a little cheese on my salad. I came from the bottom of the boat. Off for the streets with the cabbage. Off for the streets with the addicts. Gotta go get this package. I can see the hate coming here like from a mile away. I can see the fake coming here like from a mile away. I'm part away. I call little baby little powder face. I call little baby little powder face. She like stay up all night. I call little baby little Xbox. She like stay up all night. I call little baby little Xbox. She don't play no games. 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 I call little baby little PlayStation. Cause she don't play no games. She don't play no games. I just want to party till the fucking sun come up. I just want to party till the damn sun come up. Hey, Janet, hit the link. Hit that link, Janet. Talk to me, sis. Come on, pull up, pull up. Pull up, pull up, pull up, and talk to me, sis. Pull up. Y'all click that link and somebody. Yeah. Ay, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. Yeah. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. I don't really want no static. I came in the game for the cabbage. Put a little cheese on my salad. I came from the bottom of the boat. Off for the streets with the cabbage. Off for the streets with the addicts. Gotta go get this package. I can see the hate coming here like from a mile away. I can see the fake coming here like from a mile away. I'm part away. I call little baby little powder face. I call little baby little powder face. She like stay up all night. I call little baby little Xbox. She like stay up. I got a little baby like Xbox. She don't play no games. She don't play no games. She don't play no games. Cause she don't play no games. She don't play no game. What up, Jenny?
Hello, darling. How are you?
How you doing, darling? How you doing?
What happened, boy? You were so. What happened? What was going on?
They got me, man. He got me, man. He showed a picture.
You don't mess with You don't mess with sir. Come on now.
Nah, of course, but you know, come on.
You knew what it was.
But Jenny, you know me though, right?
Yeah, but I like him.
No, that's my guy. No, that's my guy, Jenny. Listen, I don't get offended. I don't get offended by that. This is another thing, Jenny. Right?
Okay.
I could never be offended by something that I put online. Right?
Okay.
I can't. Like,
so that was really you, then?
We ain't gonna talk about that. but listen, like I'm gonna tell you, listen. I'm gonna say this though, Janet. Never get offended by anything.
He's vicious. I like him.
Yeah. Don't never get. I'm just gonna say this, Janet. Never get offended by anything that somebody that you put online that somebody exposes. You know what I mean? That's my guy, though, man. We'll get him. You know what I mean? We'll get him.
Yeah.
But
why did you want to go there? Why did you?
That's my guy. No, because that's my guy. And I feel like sometimes I feel like, all right, listen.
Everybody else was going after you. You went after him.
Yeah, but it don't matter, Janet. Like sometimes I feel like I have to do that, just to show the guys like, we're all human. Like we're all human.
To get beat up, though.
Yeah. Oh my God. What up, Ricky's World? What's up, Ricky's World? Hey, Ricky's World, look, click this link right here, brother. Click this link right here, Ricky World, if you're available, and pull up, brother. We'll show some we'll show some of your videos and talk to the people, man. Let's get you get more followers. But listen, family, as you come in the door, hit that like button. I don't know why y'all ain't hit that like button. Hit that like button. Janet, I know you have a mod. make sure you are flooding the chat with your link to your channel.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Well, I
absolutely.
am making dinner, but
Oh
I
my
wanted
God,
to know
what are you cooking?
what
Really
should
quick,
we
Jenny.
be bringing to the table?
Really quick though, Jenny. Jenny,
Huh?
what are you cooking? What are you cooking, sister?
Oh, some barbecue chicken and macaroni
Yeesh.
and some corn.
Oh my gosh, Jenny. Gosh, and you don't have a man,
No.
fellas.
I
That's all I'm
choose
saying,
not
guys.
to. Damn, born.
I'm not saying you. Listen. I didn't say that. I didn't say what is it by choice or by force. I didn't
Yeah,
ask
my
that. But
choice.
I'm saying, fellas. Listen to me, fellas.
Shut up, born.
Janet is available. So let Janet.
You
Janet
already
join.
was gonna put your foot in your mouth today. You know you did,
Yeah,
right?
you know
That's
I
why I
did.
jumped up there.
You
The
know
one thing
you
about
said so.
that place, I love the comedy. I love everything.
Mhm.
And when you put your foot in your mouth. You
I
know
know I do, Janet. I know I do, Janet.
that.
Listen, so listen, Janet. Like one thing about these other like these channels, like is like someone like you're gonna need content, right? You're gonna need content. So
You
I
gotta
rather
take
the
back
yeah,
that you was would plum me though. That they
say
call
it
it
again.
plum over there in the UK.
They
You
said I
gotta
was what?
take that back, bro. We are friends, cool ass friends. Don't be telling
Absolutely.
people you would plum me. You should have said no.
That I was plumly? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, whenever they were ripping on you over there, you was like, yeah, you said added me in that shit. Whenever they were saying that, you know what? You said you would, whatever you said you would do to me, sir.
Oh, stop. Okay, Janet. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
Okay.
were joke. We
Yeah,
were all
yeah.
joking,
I
but
know
I'm
we
just
were
saying
joking.
they cut and clip everything, born.
I know they do. I don't care
Right,
about them
and
people who do that
I
though.
was just making
That's
it
it.
clear
Well,
that
yeah,
we're
that ain't it.
friends.
Yeah, I
I
ain't tripping about
respect you, brother.
that. Yeah, shout
But
out to
you had
Jizz.
me caught up in
Shout out
some
to
mess.
Jizz though,
I'm
man.
like, bro,
Y'all
no.
make sure y'all go and support Triluminati Live, man. Shout out to the brother though. He just went and found a he went and found an old picture of me.
Okay.
And when you have old pictures on the internet, then
Yo,
you
but
gotta fight
he
for that.
slayed you though. That's why I
He
didn't know
got me.
you
He
was
got me.
gonna
But it was his. All right, but let me tell you this,
Okay.
though, Janet.
Okay.
It's his platform, right? So I can go get an old picture of him, and then what? You know what I'm saying? Like on his platform, I may not get to show that. But man, come on, that's my guy though. He's cool. He's cool. Yeah. He's cool. He's
I
cool.
get what you're saying.
He's cool though.
You're funny though.
He's
I
cool.
can't
All right.
believe
So
you
all right. So Janet.
funny.
So the topic is.
Yes.
Hold on. So the topic is: should we continue to beg for a seat at the table? It's black people, and I know you're mixed. But if you,
I got
I know you're mixed. But do you
oh
think
thanks.
black people should continue to beg for a seat at the table?
Honestly, you're asking me. I hope that's a question that you have some evidence for, because I didn't. You got to tell me this bag. Explain, like, please explain if I could ask that, because I didn't know anybody was begging. I take by
Well,
force.
let's
It
just
means
say
very
politically,
so.
politically, right?
Okay.
Let's just say politically, it seems like we are begging for a seat at the table. Right? We're begging for the Democrats to fuck with us. We're begging for the people in power to fuck with us. We're just begging for, I ain't gonna lie, even some of my people were asking for reparations. That could seem like begging to a sense, right? So my thing is, like, how long are we going to continue to beg for a seat at the table?
I heard a lot of people aren't begging though. So you gotta come with something. I need to know more because
So begging for reparations. What's your thoughts on
no, I heard a lot of people
reparations?
don't want it.
Yeah,
I've
what's
asked
your
that
thoughts? So,
question.
what's your thoughts? What's your
I
thoughts?
don't want it. I don't have any thought in it because I don't want
What
to be a
about the
part of
people
it.
who want it though?
Well, I don't know. I don't get to speak to a lot of people that want it, Born. You're the only one wanting it.
Mm.
I mean, I'm sorry. That's what I'm learning from you because you're so adamant about it. But I'm not really concerned. I don't want anything from them. So I don't know. I try to stay out of it, Born. Try to be an observer and listen to why people want it or why they don't want it. Cause honestly, I don't. If I don't know nothing about it, Born, I don't. I'm not gonna put my 2 cents in it.
Mm.
So
So,
I
all right,
don't.
okay, Jen. I see
Mm.
you're not interested in that.
No, I am
Let me
interested in
pull up.
it. It's
Let me,
just that I don't. I don't know. I'm not interested in receiving it, love. So yay, saved by
shout
the
out,
bell.
shout out, Trill Time. Shout out, Trill
What up?
Time, and shout out
What
my
up?
brother
What up?
Sankofa.
What
Sankofa,
going
what's
on?
good, brother?
Everything, man. How y'all doing, man? I chimed in and listened for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I saw the sister
Yeah,
came through with a pure heart. You know what I'm saying? And
beautiful sister.
yeah, yeah, she got a different perspective. How you doing, Queen?
Oh, I'm good. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Oh, Empress Janet. Okay, that's
Yes,
what's
darling.
up. Yeah. So yeah, I'm doing well. Just getting out the shower. You know what I'm saying? I had to wash my locks, man. You know them locks accumulate different energy. So you gotta cleanse them and make sure you get that energy out. You know what I'm saying? I burn my sage. You
Right.
know what I mean? Before I, wash my hair, during the wash, and all of that. I'm on it.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I mean, I hear you, brother. I don't have locks, so I don't understand none of that. None of that what you just said, my brother. But
yeah.
salute, so yeah, salute to you though, brother. Yeah, I
Nah,
don't
but
have
you
locks.
still can burn sage though. You ain't gotta,
I
you know what
got
I'm
the
saying? Have
bald
lots
head.
of
Can
you ain't,
bald
hey,
head
man,
burn
purify the bald head. You feel me?
That's what I
Purify the bald head, man. Get you some sage, bro. What
get
going
some
on,
say.
y'all?
Man, well, I'm doing
What's
good,
up?
brother. So what I was talking about is, hold on, I'm trying to pull up this article. I was really talking about the black football coach, Brian Flores, right?
Okay.
So hold on, guys. Let me here we go. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. And family, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button as you come in the fucking building. Hit that like button. You hear me? Hit that like button. Um, here we go, guys. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go. Here we go. Former Miami Dolphins coach former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores sues NFL and 3 NFL teams alleging racial discrimination. So, American football coach, right? And he is suing the NFL because of discrimination. And this is what he's saying, right? So Brian Flores, the former head coach of the Miami Dolphins, filed a lawsuit Tuesday against the NFL. The New York against the NFL, the New York Giants, the Denver Broncos, and the Miami Dolphins organizations alleging racial discrimination. Flores, who is black, says in his lawsuit that the Giants interviewed him for the vacant head coaching job under disingenuous circumstances. And Flores had found out 3 days before his interview that the Giants had already decided to hire Brian Dayball, which is a white man, right? So let's get into that, right? Let-
Interesting.
Yeah, let's get into that. Let me ask you this, Janet. How would you feel, right? Let me ask you this, Janet. How would you feel, right, if someone told you, Janet, here we have a job opportunity for you, and they said you have an interview, let's just say February the 19th, right, Janet?
Okay.
You have a job opportunity on February the 19th. What if, I don't know, just say me, Janet. What if I accidentally
sent you a text message on February the 16th and said, Janet, this job has already filled that position, but that job never contacted you and said, hey, Janet, we filled that position. They still want you to come in on the 19th, knowing that you have no chance at getting that job, Janet. How would you
I
feel?
have no chance.
No chance
The
of getting
job
that
didn't
job.
tell me that, did they? Or somebody else told me that?
Somebody accidentally told you, right? So let's go with this narrative. Go ahead.
Oh, they
So
really
no.
accidentally told me.
Mm.
Mm, yeah, because then I would either go there and cuss the people out, or I would call and cuss someone out, probably about the message. So yeah, that's not gonna work well for me. Somebody's gonna be in trouble for that one, especially if that was a leak. If that was somebody lying and I actually went and got the job, I guess, you know, I would go and hope for the best though.
All right, let me read it. I'll get back to that, Janet. I'm gonna get back and told you how he knew that
Okay.
he never had a chance of getting that job,
Yeah,
right?
see, that would piss me off,
Yeah, here we
bro.
go. Yeah, exactly. So let me tell you. All right. So Flores, who is black, says in the lawsuit that the Giants interviewed him for their vacant head coaching job under disingenuous circumstances, as Flores found out 3 days before his interview that the Giants had already decided to hire Brian Dayball. Brian Dayball is a white guy, another guy. Flores says he learned this after receiving a congratulatory text message from New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick that was sent in error. So, all right, let me here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So, one of his coworkers, one of his former coworkers, sent him a text and said, "Congratulations, Janet. I just heard that you got the job. Congratulations." And the black guy texts, well, Janet, let's just say you, Janet. Janet texts back and said, wait, what? I didn't get a job. What are you talking about?
Oh
Not
boy.
knowing that the person who just texted him, this maybe you're Janet, you're Empress Janet, and he's trying to text Janet Jackson. You see what I'm saying, Janet?
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
Oh
but
buddy.
but the organization had already told him,
Yep.
hey, in 3 days we're gonna interview you and you may get this job. But someone texted him accidentally 3 days before his job interview and said, congratulations on getting a job. And he was like, what are you talking about? I didn't get the job. But he thought he was texting Empress Janet. Well, he thought he was texting Janet Jackson, but he
Ugh,
texted Empress Janet.
unbelievable.
So let's get back to it. So, so when when he got the text message from his coworker said, "Sounds like hold on. Sounds like you have landed. Sounds like you have landed. Congrats." And then the other guy said, "Did you hear something I didn't hear?" And then the other guy said, Giants, right? And he said, no, I interview on Thursday. I think I have a shot at it. And then the other guy said, okay, got it. I hear from Buffalo and New York that you are their guy. Belichick replied. And then later on, the black guy who was getting these text messages said, hey, coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Dayball? Flores asked. I'm just making sure. And then the other guy said, sorry, I fucked up. I double checked and I misread the text. I think they are naming Dayball. I'm sorry about that, BB. Yeah. So what happened is, listen, man, what happened is a coworker texted him and told him, listen, I've already heard that somebody else is getting the job. I accidentally text you congratulating you for getting the job, but now that I'm talking to you, I realize, oh shit, I sent this congratulation text to somebody else. I didn't mean to send it to you because you're not getting the job. I thought I was text messaging my other guy who I thought was getting the job.
Bullshit. Sorry. No. I call
Right?
bullshit.
And he's texting him and saying,
He
"Hey,"
did.
and then the black guy texts him back and said, "Hey, are you sure that you meant to send me this text?" And the white guy said, "Well, no, I fucked that up. My bad. I fucked that up, bro." But and he pretty much, guess what he said at the end though, Janet? He pretty much told the black guy, "Hey, I know you have an interview with this company in 3 days, but this
Hmm.
company has already picked somebody else. This is why I congratulated you. I
Ooh,
congratulated you, but I meant to congratulate my other guy because he got the job, and now you're about to be interviewed for a job that you're never going to get, Janet. The
right,
position is filled and it's
right.
been filled for a week.
Oh,
We
damn.
filled this position a week ago, but 2 weeks ago we told you to come in for an interview, right? So
Wow.
so the black guy is suing them and saying that, hey, I didn't get a fair shot. You guys brought me in here, made me sit down, waste my time for an interview that you guys knew that I didn't have a chance of ever getting. Ever.
Damn, you can sue for that?
Yeah, he put some more shit in there. We're gonna get
Okay,
to the lawsuit a little later, but let's
cool.
let's focus on that though. I guess I'll ask you, Jenny, does
Mhm.
he have a lawsuit?
Oh, I'm kind of curious. No, I didn't. I wouldn't know. Like, so that's to me is curious. So when I asked that, and you're saying there actually is, one. So I would have never thought to go that route. So interesting. I would have been hella devastated though.
Right?
I'm sorry. As a female, I would have cried about all this, and I would have called my
Man.
mama.
Let me ask
And
you,
my mom would have been like, "Call his boss. He got a boss girl. Tell on him." So
let me ask you this, Sankofa. So if you really want this job, you want this position, and they tell you, hey, come in 2 weeks, Sankofa. I don't know. What's today, guys? The third? They say, hey, come in
yeah,
February the 17th for an interview. We are looking to fill this position, Sankofa. And then so you got to go do this interview on the 17th, but you find out on the 15th by somebody like me, somebody that's reckless like me. I text you on the 15th and say, "Hey bro, congratulations, Marty." And then you text me back like, "Born Rich, what the fuck are you talking about? This ain't Marty." I don't even go try to get this job until the 17th. But I text you on the 15th and say congratulations. And then I tell you, "Oh shit, Sankofa, this job has already been filled." How do you feel, Sankofa? If someone is offering you a job, a position that's already been filled? Talk to me, brother.
Okay, so the article that I read
Mhm.
had totally different information than what you're stating right now.
Okay.
The article that I read stated that Bill Belichick called him and told him directly that somebody else was hiring the
That's
job.
not true. That's not true, bro. It was a text message.
I'm telling you the article that I read. This
Yeah,
what the
that's not
article that I read said that Bill Belichick sent him a text message with intent to send it to him, right? And then that's one component, right? The second component is understanding the policy of racial discrimination for the NFL. So the NFL has to interview a certain number of minorities, if you will, for coaches positions. They don't mean they have to hire them. So even if they, in the private had already hired somebody else, they still got to follow through with the interview with this guy just so they can keep the standard of not being discriminatory towards a minority. So
Can I
that's what
say
that was
something?
all about.
Can I say something about this, Sankofa? Janet, I
Yeah.
don't know if you know. So the NFL, right, the National Football League, they do have I guess, an anti-discrimination rule. right? Janet, you following me? You follow me, sis?
Yes.
So they do have an anti discriminatory rule, right? So like Sankofa just said, you have to interview at least Sankofa, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 or 3 black or minority coaches before you hire a coach. So
Yeah, I don't know the
thi-
specific number,
yeah,
but
yeah,
yeah,
but it's something like that, right? I don't know the
yeah.
numbers, but something like that, right? You can't just say, "Hey, I have a job opening, and I'm just gonna hire the closest white man to me." They made it to where you at least have to interview a black or a minority, right? And what Brian Flores is saying, this is what's in his lawsuit, Janet. He's saying that, listen, they
Hmm.
already made their mind up. Not only did these people make their mind up, they got the word out in their little underground circles, Janet. They got the
Mm.
word out
Yeah, I was
before.
gonna ask how he knew about it.
Okay, so because what Sankofa said,
Hmm.
one of his ex-white co-workers texted him and said congratulations, right? Let me tell you why he did that though.
Hmm.
He texted the black guy because the black guy's name is Brian, and then the white guy who actually got the position, his name is Brian, right? So we all make that mistake, right, Janet? We got 2
Yeah.
Brians in our fucking phone, so we just text any Brian that's in our phone. So he accidentally texted the black Brian and told the black Brian, congratulations.
Yeah,
But
but we do separate the names, so
yeah, but I'm
back to my
saying,
conspiracy theory that
oh,
he
okay.
wanted him to find out, tried to destroy his ego.
You
I
think
don't
so?
know
My
about that.
conspiracy theory, just allegedly, but I mean, how do you just mistakenly do that?
But
And
I
then,
don't
like
know.
you
You
said, you
gotta
put
think
me
though.
in
You
that
gotta think though,
position. I
Janet.
would be cussing that person out that called me and gave me that information.
But why would you curse him out when now the black guy is filing a lawsuit, and
Yeah.
this text message is evidence for the lawsuit, right? So this text message is showing the NFL that your fake ass, we have to interview a minority or a black guy
Mhm.
before we fill the position, is bullshit, because you already filled the position. Let your other white compadres know, but still are you're still going to invite me to an interview just to check a box and say we interviewed a black or a minority. You understand what I'm saying, Janet? Are y'all following
Oh,
me?
that's kind of deep.
Yeah. See, that's where he has a lawsuit, right? That's where he has
No,
an argument. Go ahead, Sankofa.
no, that still don't mean he got a lawsuit, bro. You know,
Oh.
all of that is just emotion. There's no legal ramifications for that, right? Now there's a preliminary period that he's got to go through. Obviously, he's bitter, he's upset because of how things happened, how he found out what occurred, right? And
Mhm.
and 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 I read what he stated, right? He basically became a whistleblower. So he stated that uh, the NFL and NFL teams that he coached for violated recruiting rules, and also wanted him to throw games so that they can get the number one draft pick in 2019. That has nothing to do with his lawsuit. But he exposed that information because he's bitter about not getting the coaching position and being slighted. You know what I'm saying? And I feel him on that. I feel him on feeling slighted, right?
Mm.
But you have to understand that, and this is the metaphor that I like to use, right? If my son lived in my house, right, and he decides that he's gonna do something in my house that's against my comfort level, what do you think's gonna happen? You think I'm gonna go ahead and allow my comfort level to be disrupted so that my son's comfort level can be increased? And it's my house and I pay all the bills? Huh? Really? Not gonna happen. So the NFL and the NFL teams, the issue is we need to get our own team and or own organization.
I'm getting that, Sankofa. I promise
Period.
I'm getting that, brother.
These
And that's
conversations
why,
are
hold on,
rhetoric. This is rhetoric.
no. It's not, I mean, you can say it's rhetoric though, Sankofa, but come on, brother. We don't have our own teams. And then it's gonna be hard to tell our brothers who have the finances to get our own teams to really get on the same page that we are on, Sankofa. You know why? Because these white men cut their check, Sankofa. That's what I'm saying, Sankofa. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I know you're gonna look at me funny. Hold on, let me put the camera on you, bro. I know you're gonna look at me funny though, Sankofa. But let me tell you something, brother. How can you tell a multimillionaire who a white man signs his check to tell that multimillionaire, hey brother, leave that white man, jump off the porch, go on your own and start your own thing. Come on, brother. How many dope dealers do we know, Sankofa, that we've been telling, hey, start your own business, and they are hesitant to do it, Sankofa? Come on, brother. You know that
Hey,
shit easier
this what I
said
don't
than
get.
done, brother. Go
Hey,
ahead.
this what I don't get. This what I don't get about you, right?
Talk to me, Sankofa.
All right. So the objective in life is to be productive. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you're approached with a situation in your life, right? The objective is to approach that situation with a growth mindset, a solution oriented mindset,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Only way to function if you're mentally healthy as a man or a woman. So if you're stuck in a mindset where you're only acknowledging a problem and you're not critically thinking about how to bring about a solution, then you are a dysfunctional being.
No,
You're dysfunctional. Period.
Sankofa. Come on, brother. I have my own
Mhm.
business. Sankofa, I have my own business. You know
Right.
that. I don't know if you know that, but I think you know that, bro. I have
You
my
know I
own
know that.
restaurant. Yeah, I have my own restaurant, brother. Do you know how many years it took me before I jumped off the porch? Sankofa, I sold crack for 4 years. People was telling me to jump off the porch, right? Start your own business. Bro, you make enough money. This is what people was telling me. Bro, you make enough money to start your own business. 4 years before I actually jumped off the porch. So it's going to be hard to tell a multimillionaire who gets his checks from the National Football League. It's going to be hard to tell him to jump off the porch and start your own football league. Not only this, Sankofa, you know our people, Sankofa. Come on, brother. Our people, I always say this, nobody believes in your movement until it's moving. So to create that first black man that's gonna say, fuck this white man's check or fuck this NFL check, I'm going to start my own shit. That's gonna be easier said than done, Sankofa. When you say people who's on a building mind frame, let me tell you what a building mind frame is. A building mind frame is I am going to work hard, get these millions of dollars for my NFL check, and then build a nice home and put my kids in a nice school. For some people, that's building, Sankofa. Even for you, you would say that's building. If I make $1 million and put my kids in a private school and move myself to a nice neighborhood, that's building. If you come from North Nashville or South Memphis, like we come from, brother, you see what I'm saying, Sankofa?
No, I don't. I don't. So let me
Building
explain
is
you.
different. Building is different, Sankofa. No one would ever tell you, Sankofa, because I'm sure you have a job you go to every day, right? That pays the everyday bills, Sankofa. No one could ever tell you to leave your everyday job and start this and do the same thing outside of that job and without you having a plan, brother.
Oh yeah, you always have to plan. Let me respond because
Yeah,
I mean
go
you said a whole lot of different things. You know what I mean?
ahead.
And I totally disagree with what you said about it being difficult or impossible. Like it's 2022, man. There's multiple multi millionaires now in America that are melanated people. every nationality of people in America, right? Whether it be Caucasian, whether it be Hispanics, whether it be those that are from the continent of Asia, whether it be those from Africa that are here in America, they all have their own platforms. They all have their own vehicles. We are the only people in the human family that's still struggling to create our own vehicles because we suffer from mental illness. Period. We suffer from mental
It's true,
illness. Hold on,
Sankofa.
hold on, hold on. Let me
Go
finish. Let
ahead,
me
go ahead,
finish.
go ahead, bro.
So we suffer from mental illness. Dr. DeGrew has already proved this. She's already presented her case about post-traumatic slave syndrome and
I
things
agree.
of that nature,
I
right?
agree with that.
But the issue is instead of us healing and talking about strategies to unite, right, according to the principles of Kanza, which is the cooperative economics, right, we're stuck in a mindset, some of us, where we only see the problem. That's a pessimistic
It's not
attitude.
the problem, bro. Listen,
Hold on, hold
we
on, hold
can't.
on, hold on, hold on. Hear
Hold
me
on,
out.
Sankofa. I have to jump in
Now,
really quick, Sankofa.
you,
Go ahead,
Maurice, you
go ahead,
went for like 15
go
minutes,
ahead,
bro.
brother. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, go ahead. My bad,
Let
my
me
bad, my bad, my bad. My
like
bad, bro.
I'm,
You know I'm
I'm saying,
passionate. You know I'm passionate. Go ahead,
yeah, I'm saying any individual. Like, see, I'm not stuck on the race construct. Period. So I don't view my reality that way. I got positive relationship with people from all walks of life. So I don't have this mindset about us versus them, white versus black. That's not my mindset at all. That's not my reality. But I'm only dealing with the principles of people who are growing. And people who are growing, people who are thriving, people who are handling circumstances that they face in their life that challenge them, they have certain characteristics, right? They have certain principles that they follow, certain
I
actions that they
agree.
apply, right? So you have to assess yourself. You have to do a self-assessment, a self-analysis, and say, man, damn, what is it about the way that I think that could be preventing me from growing and being more productive?
I don't believe that. No, no, I'm never gonna
It's not
believe
about a
that.
belief.
I'm
It's
never
not
gonna
about a
be
belief.
no. Listen, Sankofa, I'm never gonna put myself in that box because
That's
because
not
the
a
way
box.
I know,
A
but listen,
self-assessment is
Sankofa,
not a
I
box.
know Sankofa. Listen, well, okay, let me say this: fuck a box, fuck the belief. I'm never going to I'm never going to downplay my thoughts. I'm never gonna downplay my thoughts, right? Because at one point, Sankofa, I had to think that I can get out of this low income project house to and open up a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like I have negative thoughts, just like everybody. I had a thought that said, "Man, Born, maybe you can't do it." But then that thought that I did have these thoughts that said, "Born, get your ass up, get out of this project house, and go open up this fucking restaurant. You've been thinking and working on this restaurant. Get your ass up." So I can't. My thoughts it's a balance when it comes to my thoughts, Sankofa. You said the world is based on balance, brother. So of course I'm gonna have positive thoughts. At the same time, I have to have negative thoughts. If I don't have negative thoughts, I think it's beneficial sometimes, guys, in my life to have people who will tell me that sounds crazy, right? And I may look at it as a negative thought, but I need a person to tell me, Born Rich, that shit sounds crazy. But then I also need people in my life, and I need myself to say, you know what, Born Rich, this is brilliant. Get your ass up, get out of this project building, and go open up this restaurant that you've been thinking about. You see what I'm saying? So we can't say our thoughts harm us all the time. We need balanced thoughts. Real quick, Sankofa, Black Peace, is that you, brother? Black Peace? Black
Yeah, what
Peace.
up? Yeah, what up, man? My bad. What's happening with you?
Man, you good, Black Peace.
You all
Really,
right?
really quick, Black Peace. What do you think about this NFL coach, man?
That
If
nigga
you
begging, man.
Oh shit. What you mean he begging?
That nigga know better than to be begging them folk, man. He been in the league all that time, man. He done made buku money, man. He need to take his ass on somewhere. That you don't beg them type of folks for that shit, man. That's they shit. Go get your own,
What if
nigga.
he's suing
I
him?
know
What if he
that's right. I like him.
exactly. I like it. But you know what? You know what, Empress Janet, that goes to the question I was asking, right? Should
But
we
look,
beg? Should we beg for a seat at the table? Black Peace
no.
is saying no. Fuck your table. You know what I'm saying? Fuck your table. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
because look, man, he can't even prove. He will never be able to prove 100% that they quote unquote discriminated against him in that position because he don't know when they opened the position when it was that he don't know. He can't prove none of that. All he can prove is he feel like something, and but he too damn old to be running around here talking about how he feel, man. He need to just go move the fuck on. He got the money. He just need to move on, man. You don't got to do that shit, man. That's
But
what they
hold on,
want
hold
him to
on,
do,
hold
man.
on, Black Peace. Hold on, Black Peace. Now that's easy for you to say, but this man has been doing one job. I don't care what the job is. Listen to me, Empress Janet and Sankofa. He's been doing the same job for 25 years. He don't know anything else. So it's easy for Black Peace to say, get on and move on. But he's been doing this same job, Empress Janet and Sankofa, for
Right.
25
But
years.
he got to do what everybody else do. They get fired or let go from the job they've been on forever. You got to go
He
find
got
another
fired.
one. You got to go
He
do
got
something
fired,
else.
Black Peace.
He
Black
got
Peace.
what?
He got fired. And when he got fired, it's just like, come on, guys. We know niggas like
But
this
he
at our job.
but
He
he ain't
got
got no
fired.
choice now. He
But
ain't
I
got
know,
if he
but
got
but but,
fired.
but listen, he got fired and he sit back and looked at his whole experience at this job and said, hey, these people was doing some bullshit. They pulled me to the side and said, hey, can you not do your job? We will pay you to not do your job. We will pay you to jump over this hurdle at your job. We'll pay you to go under the table and go I don't know, behind the scenes and do this job. And then he's a whistleblower. Brother, you don't think we need whistleblowers? Talk to me,
Nah, let me tell
Sankofa,
you
Black
why.
Peace. Talk to me, Black Peace, and then
No, I'm
Sankofa
gonna
though.
tell you why. What he did wrong, man. You can't play in that little game with them on some crooked shit, and then when the crooked shit hit your doorstep, you trying to blow the whistle. You can't do both.
Mm,
Either you accept bullshit or you don't.
mm.
It's simple. He was watching shit happen. He knew certain shit was going on. He didn't say nothing.
He
You
couldn't
can't say
say
nothing now
nothing.
because it didn't came to
Black
your
Peace,
house,
he
man.
couldn't
It don't
say
work
nothing
like
if
that.
you
Yeah, he
working
could.
for him. No, you want to
Yeah,
keep his
yeah, he
job.
could.
Come
Yeah,
on,
he could.
Black Peace. He ain't finna throw
Yeah, he
away his
can.
job like that, brother.
He can say
He
something,
didn't
man.
throw away his job.
Man, he can say something. That nigga been in the how many years that nigga been in the league
Over
coaching?
25,
How
like
long?
25, but he's been a head coach for like 8, 9 years,
Man,
87 or
you
8
know how
years.
much money that nigga got? That nigga could have said fuck them 10. He could have said fuck them a
And
decade
then
ago.
what, Black Peace? Throw away his career? He know, like,
Go take his ass home. Invest in something else with your family, man. You done made the money
man,
roll.
that's easy for y'all to
Look, if I
say,
had that,
man.
man, it would have been.
Janet, am I tripping,
Look, man,
Janet?
if you
I
know
want
what's
to
been
yield. I
happening,
want to yield the floor to Empress Janet.
Yeah, Janet, but I want to know, Janet, am I tripping? It's easy for, let me say this for lack of a better term. It's easy for a nigga to sit on his couch and say he should have did this, he should have did that. But Janet, how many people is willing to throw away their career? Like once you blow the whistle, if you're going to be a whistleblower, once you blow the whistle, you know you have no more career in that field. That you know what I'm saying? You're done if these people run the entire field. So you're done. So is it beneficial? I don't know, Jan. I don't even know the question I want to ask you, Janet. But
Okay.
what do you think
Because
about
I
it? What do
got
you
some
think
in
about
my
this shit?
eye.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Janet.
Okay. I'm listening. I'm intensely listening. I have something in my eye.
Oh, but what I'm saying is though, I don't know, Janet. Like, do you blow the whistle? What is the lane for whistleblowers? When do you blow the whistle? I say blow the whistle when you've been fired or let go. Black Peace is saying he should have blown the whistle when they first hired him and he saw some bullshit. I don't know, Janet. Janet. Yeah, Janet. All right, Sankofa, talk to me, brother. Janet got
Um,
something. Talk to me.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I just I wanna clarify some things, man. That um we are capable of doing anything that we concentrate on doing and do the research to educate ourselves on whatever it is we're trying to do and apply creativity. There's no limitations to what you can do on this earth. None, period. So this brother can lead the NFL and still lead a successful life. Hands down. He is not
Doing
beholden.
what? Doing what, Sankofa?
Doing whatever he puts his mind to, whatever he decides to do. He can go into real estate and go and get multiple family homes, rent out both sides. He can go that route, or he can go and get an apartment units with multiple units. He got the sweat equity to do it. He can go to the bank.
Makes $350,000 a year, Sankofa.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Ahead, brother. But
You have to
remember
understand
that. I just want you to remember that. He makes
You have to
$350,000 a year.
that is more than enough money for you to get into the banking system based off of your credit score, based off of your business credit score, and based off of properties that you already have. You can leverage your properties in order for you to get bank money without using your own money to invest in other projects. So when you understand real estate and you understand how the banking system operates, you can always thrive. And so that brother understands that he's not an unintelligent person. And I think you're making excuses for him because you're assuming what he doesn't know. Anybody that is an NFL coach that can handle the complexities that come with being an NFL coach, right? Being an NFL player, dealing with media, things of that nature. Bro, that man is an intelligent man. So I wouldn't make excuses as if he has an inability to exercise genius. He has the ability to exercise genius. He is not beholden to anyone. He a free man to use his mind to manifest in his reality whatever he fucking wants to.
What I'm
And
saying
if
is,
you're not thinking like that, then you operate in a fixed mindset and you operate in a slave mindset if you're thinking like this. Real talk.
Sankofa, he's been doing one thing.
No, that's what you're assuming. You're assuming he's been doing one thing.
I'm telling you, he's been in the coaching circuit for 25 years. You want to tell him, fuck your coaching circuit, get into real estate when he doesn't have any, he doesn't have any fucking what I'm saying, aspirations of doing real estate. He doesn't have anybody he can talk to. Listen, Sankofa, he doesn't have anybody who can talk to who's a professional in real estate. He is a coach. He makes his living, and he's made his living from the last 25 years from coaching. That's like you saying, Born Rich, I know you spent the last 10 years doing restaurant business, but let me tell you about fucking transportation. I am going to look at you and say, Sankofa, are you doing transportation? And you're going to say, well, not really, but I'm doing it on the lower scale. Or you're going to tell me, you're going to say, yeah, Born, I'm doing it, but I'm kind of doing it on the lower scale. Ain't nobody trying to hit at Sankofa. You're not going to tell this man he's going to go from $350,000 a year doing coaching to $100,000 a year flipping houses. What man? Come on, Sankofa, let's be 100. What man is going to do that, brother? I just want to be 100. We're men, man.
Let me put you up. Let me put you up on the understanding that you're not seeing, brother. Let me put you up on the understanding. All right. Nobody, bro. Hear me good, man. Nobody that is affiliated and associated with the NFL or the NBA or hockey teams or any sports team for that matter, or even or just when you make it to a certain status, like make it $350,000 a year, you're at a certain status, right? So the people in your group that you are around are not people who think like what you're describing. So you have access to people that do multiple types of things. Everybody who operates at that status level all understand that you must be the Lord of your land. They all know that the most valuable asset that they can acquire is land. So don't assume that this man don't already know about land and he don't already own land and multiple houses, because he do. All of them
I'm not
do.
saying that, Sankofa. I'm not saying that,
So,
Sankofa.
so
But I'm
I'm
saying
saying,
this.
but you acting like he don't have the ability, right,
I'm not. I'm
or
saying
the knowledge.
Sankofa. Sankofa. I'm saying, listen, brother. I'm saying
Okay.
most people are going to stick with what they know, brother. If
That's
he's
not
been
most
coaching,
people.
listen, man, listen, brother. That's why he's suing these people because he's
No, he's
like,
doing
God
them because
damn,
he's
I
bitter.
just want to coach. This is what he's saying. I just want
No,
to coach, and you guys are sending me on dumbass, bum ass interviews. I didn't even say this about the lawsuit. He said he went to an interview and the people who interviewed him, Sankofa, was drunk. And you know why they was drunk? Because they already had that position filled, but now they have to do the Rooney rule where we have to interview a black or fucking brown person. And then they interviewed him just to interview. They didn't give a fuck about him or the interview so much that they were drunk, Empress Janet. They came and interviewed this black man while they were drunk. They never intended on giving him the job. He said in the lawsuit, he said, I went to an interview when the guy told me before I even went to the interview that the position was filled. So come on, brother. This man just want to coach, Sankofa. You can talk to
hey,
him about that
Born
real
Rich,
estate and get a farm.
Born
That man
Rich,
don't want no fucking
you can't,
farm, Janet.
you
Janet.
can't speak for
Janet,
him.
Janet, he's a city man. He's coached in New York, Miami, California. He don't want to go to fucking North Carolina and settle down on the farm. Am I right, Janet? You're a city girl.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
a
come
country
on,
girl
man.
though.
What are you? Hey, Born Rich, what are you assuming, brother? Like you assuming a whole lot. Like
Let me play this.
real estate is just not
What?
farmland. Like real estate is inner city, New York, Chicago, Detroit, or it can be
But
farmland.
Sankofa, he don't have the friends. Maybe he don't
What?
have the
What
friends.
are you? I
I'm
mean, you act
saying
like you
maybe.
know this man
I'm
personally. You
okay. I
don't
don't
know
give a
him
fuck
personally.
about the friends, Sankofa. I got friends who sell big boy crack, and you
It's
know what? I'm
crazy.
not interested. Listen, Sankofa. Listen,
And they
brother.
are part of the
Listen.
problem.
I
They
but
the
they don't,
one. They
they
the
don't
one who making
listen,
my job
Sankofa. Will
hard.
you listen to me, Sankofa?
All right, go
I
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
already have a profession, brother. I am not interested in selling crack. I don't care how big, how much crack my friends sell. I don't want to sell crack. So I'm saying the same thing with him. He don't want to do real estate, brother. He's been coaching for 25 years. I've been running my restaurant for the last 5 or 6 years. I don't want to invest right now. I don't want to invest in real estate. I don't want to invest in NFTs, Bitcoins. I don't. You can call me ignorant, dumb, or whatever. I am focused on my fucking restaurant. Even if someone said, hey, you can't have a restaurant in Nashville, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Kentucky and try to open up a restaurant. You understand what I'm saying? I will go to the next spot. Restaurant is what I want to do. What this man wants to do is coach. He does. He doesn't want to do real estate. You can call him stupid or whatever, Sankofa, but he doesn't want to do real estate or none of that. He wants to coach. Go ahead, brother.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
And maybe I need to, instead of making statements, I'm gonna alter my approach, right? Because
Go ahead, brother.
clearly I'm not getting anywhere. So let me ask questions, right? All right. So how do you know that he only wants to coach and he doesn't have any other streams of income coming in? How do you know that?
I don't know, but let me tell you this, Sankofa.
Oh, so you're assuming. You're assuming these things.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I think I have a good assumption, right? If he had another stream of income, why is he suing his former employee instead of just saying fuck this employee, fuck my former employee, I'm going to go and do something else.
Because he's bitter and he feels slighted. Period. And he also gets publicity. He gets to be in the media, which sets up for his pivot step to his next move.
So that
Either way,
helps him in
either way
farming.
is genius.
Hold on,
Either way is
Sankofa.
genius.
Sankofa.
Uh-huh.
So you're saying suing the NFL helps him. Let's just say his next move is farming, right? Let's go farming. So you're saying suing the NFL helps him pivot into farming.
No, and that's not even a worthy angle of discussing. That undermines my entire point. You asked me a question to substantiate the point that he wants to only coach football. I'm disagreeing with you there because if he only wanted to coach football, then he would have assessed his response to the way that he was treated to protect his job, which he did not. Which means he didn't care about coaching. He cared more about feeling slighted, right, by the guys who interviewed him for that particular coaching job. But those guys are owners of a team,
Yes,
right?
yes.
They're owners
White
of a
owners.
team.
Can we say white owners?
It don't matter. It don't matter what race
But
they are.
Sankofa, just for the record, all 32 owners are white, right? Just for the
Obviously.
record.
Everybody knows that, but the reason why is because we haven't got together and collaborated through cooperative economics to purchase our own team. Period. That's what that is.
No, them white folks ain't letting you in that. See, that's the
What are
thing.
you talking about, bro?
Them white people not letting no.
We got NBA teams. We got NBA teams. Jay-Z got the Knicks.
Who own it? Man, they are. Man, hey, stop. Sankofa. Stop, brother. They own like 5% of 100%. 100%, Sankofa. How much Jay-Z? How much say stop, Sankofa? Stop, brother. How much say so does Jay-Z really have on the day-to-day of that company if he only owns 5%? Come on, Sankofa.
So
Stop.
is this a fact?
That.
Is this a fact? Do you have
Google it, Sankofa? I got the same Google you have, brother. He only owns like 5%, bro. So we know.
Okay, but I don't want to own
90. Sankofa, you're good in math, brother. If I own 95% of this company and you own 5% of this company, how much? Who has the most say so of the day to day? How this shit runs day to day?
That's not the point.
Right.
I don't want to
real quick, Sankofa. I got you, Sankofa. I got you. But Robbie, is that you? I see 3. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. I don't know who else is in here.
No, it's
yes,
you.
me.
What up, Robbie, man? This Sankofa, man. What's up, man?
What's up?
Man?
Okay,
Go ahead, Sankofa. My bad, brother. Good shit. Hold
I
on,
had
real
a
quick,
question.
y'all. Real quick, guys. Y'all hit that like button. Everybody, family. Hit that like button since y'all in the building. Hit the like button. Shout out to Nito Swain, African Goddess, Robbie, Trill Time, all of y'all in the building. I love y'all. Go ahead, Nito. Not Nito, Sankofa. My bad. I read Nito and said that. Go ahead, Sankofa.
Yeah, I just want to stick. I want to stick to the point. I don't want to be all over the place. You know what I mean? The fact of the matter is, it still boils down to we can't make excuses for why we're not expanding in any area of our growth as a people, right? We can't make excuses. That's counterproductive. So in order to have a growth, I want you to Google this when you get a chance. Google growth mindset versus fixed mindset. And that'll show you a diagram of the characteristics of people who are growing versus people who are at a fixed state and not growing, not being successful. So in order for us to continue to expand, right, we got to get off of this us versus them. We got to get off of this race construct, because you can read the story of race transcript where the race was created in order to dismantle the power structures of the indigenous, the Africans, and also the exiled Europeans that were over here prior to the establishment of the Constitution that was created by Americans. There were other treaties and other constitutions that were established prior to 1492 that people are not really discussing, right? So I'm not locked into that reality, because that reality was created to dismantle unity. So forward thinkers move forward, right, with a growth mindset. So I'm saying it's more productive to simply look at, okay, how can we as a people first build and grow? If we want to get into sports and capitalize off of that industry because we are 70% of the athletes in the NFL, then let's have meetings. Let's have private meetings. We ain't got to talk about it on Instagram. We ain't got to make no YouTube video about it or put it on Facebook. Let's meet privately. Let's form a leadership group and let's discuss a plan of action and membership for those who want to invest in bringing this reality to fruition. Period. All this the other emotional talk, none of that matters, man. None of that shit matter. Our kids are dependent on us to prepare a future for them that allows them to express their genius and allows them to live in a state where they're not dealing with the same tenets of oppression that we were dealing with. That's the only way to think right now. That's the only way to think. So if you're not thinking like that, you're not preparing a better future for our children or the women.
So
And
what
the
I'm
women need to
thinking
think
is,
this way as
no,
well.
no, Sankofa, what I'm thinking is we need to replace this system of white supremacy with the system of justice. I
Can I
am
ask a
thinking
question?
justice. I am always there. I know you get mad when I say white supremacy, but I am thinking justice. Everybody else in this world is thinking justice besides you and besides us niggas. We're never thinking justice. We don't give a fuck about justice. We can have Trayvon Martin and say, man, that just happened. Or we can have a Kai Gurley. We can have all these fucking innocent people getting murked, and we don't give a
What?
fuck. We're never
That.
thinking about justice. That's the thing. So what? So while you saying what we should be teaching our kids, I am teaching my kids justice. You can teach your kids kumbaya, but my kids, when they go to school with your kids, my kids are thinking about justice. They're gonna say, you know what?
Point
This
Rich.
is unjust.
Define
Can,
justice for me.
can somebody
Define
else ask a
justice for me.
question?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
you.
Robbie.
I know
Go
you
ahead,
want to come
Robbie.
in, Rob. I just want them to define justice when you
Go
get
ahead,
done, Rob.
Robbie. But go ahead. Let's let Robbie come through.
No, my question was real simple. How much is the average NFL team worth? I don't even know.
At least $1 billion, right? I don't think it's any NFL team that's worth less than $1 billion, Robbie. If I have to be honest, I'm in Tennessee. I think the Tennessee Titans are at least worth $1 billion. If they was to sell today, they would at least get 1 billion.
So you think NFL teams are worth more than NBA teams? Because I want to say that
Yeah,
a couple of NBA teams are like 2 or 3 billion.
exactly. But I think even the lowest NBA team is damn near $1 billion, right? I don't know. Let's take the worst city, Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City basketball team is damn near $1 billion, if not quite. If not $1 billion, it's hundreds of millions.
Well, you
Right?
guys are at 2.3 billion for the
See,
Titans.
they
Let me
have to
see.
be more than 1 billion. I was going to say this.
Oh, you think I
If
love
you look
more
at
than $1 billion, Robbie?
Hey, yeah, if you look at the background of a lot of the NFL owners, a lot of them have like they're oil barons, some of them have
Facts.
foreign interests. You know what I mean? They're not
Facts.
just regular everyday employees. So even if you try to like do a pool, right, just to come up with that $1 billion, that right there is letting you know like they didn't have to have a pool or group economics to purchase that team. They actually own some resources somewhere, and there's a little bit of nepotism there. I also think that I was thinking about getting a McDonald's franchise recently, and when I was doing my research, it used to be back in the day, man, you could have 250, even a $500,000, and you be in the door. Well, now they're saying you have to have about $1 million liquid. So I'm thinking the average person. I just think that sometimes the things that we say they sound very easy, but it's not practical because the system is designed to keep you working for somebody. Now, I applaud all business owners and people who are independent and have their own business, but I'm not gonna give myself like some John Henry X-Men. Like I'm not gonna jump from being in the bottom of the pyramid to the 1% overnight. Is what I'm saying. It's designed that way for you to not to compete because when it comes to power, the ability to reward and punish, they are going to issue you power and they're going to determine your power level. So they may say, Jay-Z, we want you to be the face of the team. We offer you 1 or 2%. It'll help him on his course towards, becoming a billionaire. Like, look,
Thank you.
Kanye West is a good example. Kanye West is a billionaire, but all the people that he cut business deals with, they allowed the space for him to be there. And then he looks crazy when he's like, yeah, I just called up Elon and me and Elon, da 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 da. It's like, man, it's like dinner for schmucks when you sit at their table, bro. Because that 1 little billion that you have, it was only made possible because other people made the space for you to get there. And if you get out of line or you don't do what you're supposed to do, Oprah learned her lesson. She talked against those meat companies, and what happened? She wanted to secure her billion. She changed up her speech. You know what I mean? I think the more you make, the more influence they have on you, because you become like a little nation. If you don't play ball, they're going to issue sanctions against you. So you have to be willing to play ball and think realistically.
Okay, can I say something?
You know you can, Uncle. Salute to you. Salute to
Now,
you.
you black Americans, here it is. The way you're talking, what the vibe that I'm getting, especially from, yeah, because America is so powerful at the moment, and black Americans are a small part of that power. Yeah. I can understand how you black Americans feel that you can take on white supremacy by yourselves. And you can deal with white supremacy in America by yourselves. No, you cannot. That model has been tried so many times before. You successfully set up whole businesses and neighborhoods and towns.
Yes.
Amazing. But then they that tells then the white supremacists, when they had enough, when they said, look, you black people, when you black Americans get left alone, you start making us look stupid. So we're gonna have to blow up your whatever it is you're setting up, and that's part of the reason why because usually they said, look, you know what, these black Americans, they're animals. We don't want nothing to do. We don't want to see you. Go away. So the black Americans said, all right, we've been kicked out. They don't want to see us. We don't want us part of their society. Let's look after ourselves. Let's build everything. Let's make our own, do everything ourselves. When the black Americans were left alone to do everything themselves and look after themselves, they were successful. They built huge things that made the white people jealous. They said, wait a minute. If you leave these black people alone, whoa, look what they can do. So they said, okay, that strategy, everything's not going to work. Everything the black people are doing, we've got to be involved. We've got to be in there. Do not leave those black Americans alone again. Otherwise, they're going to set up their own towns, set up their own market, can't be done. So the model of both sides of the black America, the white supremacists have got it covered because they know what will happen if you leave the black Americans alone. So the only way the black Americans can counter white supremacy is by forming an international black coalition. Yes, the black Americans have their own issues and so on, but they have to be part of a greater body in order to be able to wield the power like the United, the IMF or the World Bank. You've got blackness has to be international to wield sanctions and to wield power and yes, that's the point I'm making. What have you got to say to that, you black Americans?
That's well said.
Is it this response to the stuff that was going on in Twitter Spaces recently with like some of the going
Hey,
back and forth between
No, I don't.
Africans?
All right. Let me play the
hey,
video.
Robbie, let
Hold
me
on,
go on
Sankofa.
time back in. It was on me next. I
Sankofa, I
want
wish I could play this video though, brother. Let me play this video because you was here from the jump, and then we got people who wasn't here from the jump.
Yeah,
So
I just arrived. I
yeah,
just
they
listened to the
don't really
conversation.
know the basis of this conversation. So I was talking about Brian Flores, right? A black NFL player who he was fired, and now he's filing a lawsuit against the National Football League in
Oh,
America.
here we
And he's
go.
claiming racism, and he's claiming underhand dealings
Oh
and all
dear.
of that. Let's play this
That's
video.
standard stuff, man.
I
Standard.
know. But let's play this video, guys. And if this video should tell you, if it don't, fuck it. You know what I mean? Fuck it. We'll go back to what we were saying. Let me mute my mic so we don't have an echo. Hey, family, why y'all at it? Hit that like button. Hit the like button, guys.
And we continue following breaking news here on CBS Sports HQ. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores has filed a class action lawsuit against the NFL, citing racial discrimination. The suit alleges that the league's hiring practices have left, quote, racially segregated, managed much like a plantation, end quote. Today in federal court in Manhattan. It names the Dolphins, the Broncos, and the Giants by name. Well, since that, the NFL has issued a statement. Here it is. It says the NFL and our clubs are deeply committed to ensuring equitable employment practices and continue to make progress in providing equitable opportunities throughout our organizations. Diversity is core to everything we do, and there are few issues on which our clubs and our internal leadership team spend more time. We will defend against these claims, which are without merit.
Yeah.
Let's welcome in Ryan Harris to CBS Sports HQ to talk about everything going on right now between Brian Flores and the NFL. I'm curious, when you read that NFL statement, what was your reaction to that?
Well, I thought that was an accurate statement by the NFL. They've been making efforts to make sure diversity is represented, not.
Hey, I see three. He was finna coon it up. Yeah, we gotta stop him. We go. Hey, he was finna coon it up. Hey, he sided with the system. I see
Oh
three.
man,
I see
it's
three.
so
Did you hear that?
standard, man.
He
It's
said,
so.
"You know what, man?
I'm sick of this.
Hey,
Are
he
we
was
sick of
finna.
this?
He was finna. All right, so IC3. Let me break it down. Right. So he's fighting a lawsuit against three different National Football League teams. Right. He's
Right.
doing the Miami Dolphins, which he was formerly employed by the Miami Dolphins. And you know
Yeah.
what the Miami owner told him? I will give you $100,000 for every game that you lose.
What?
Every game that you
Take it.
lose, I
No,
will
they're
give you
making fun.
$100,000, because over here, like in the football league, if you lose, the more games you lose, then the next year, the better, I don't know, draft pick you get, right? You get first dibs on the best players coming out of college, out of university. You know what I'm saying?
Why is that then? What's the logic of that?
That's just how it's set up, right? It's the
Okay.
worst team. The worst team gets first dibs on the new young hot players, right?
Right. Okay.
And so his owner was telling him, fuck this year. We're not going to win this year. So lose every game you can. I'll pay you $100,000 for every game you lose. And next year we'll get the new hot young stud, and we'll bring him in here, and maybe we can build a franchise for the next 10 years. So
Right.
I ain't
Okay.
gonna lie, I see three. It's a great strategy, but it goes against the rules of
Reputation.
engagements, right? It goes against the
Right.
rules of engagement, right?
Right.
If everybody is out here to win, then why would I pay my team to lose?
Right.
And so he
Yeah.
filed a lawsuit against that. So that's
Right.
Miami. So then he said he was interviewed for a job in New York. He could have ran the New York football team, but the New York football team had already hired their person 3 days before this black guy even went for an interview. Before they even interviewed the black guy. But let me tell you this, IC3. The rule is you have to interview at least one black guy or quote unquote minority to fit the anti-discrimination laws.
Right. Right.
So they already had hired the white boy, but they said we're going to bring the black guy in for an interview just so we can check that box and tell
Yeah.
the NFL we interviewed a nigger. We
Yeah.
interviewed a nigga, right?
Mm.
We interviewed him. Go ahead, go ahead.
All right, Born Rich. I know you got everybody up to speed. I wanted to get back to the question I had about the word justice. So, what's your definition of justice? And then I would like to respond.
Justice is kind of like an eye for an eye, right? Justice is if you do something that we deem illegal or irreproachable, then you should have to pay a penalty. It's kind of like justice to me is cause and effect, right? What is the golden rule? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So justice is just making sure that you do unto others as they do unto you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now,
Can I say my view
uh,
on justice
Hold on,
as well?
IC3, hold on
I see you.
a second, but just let IC3 give you his definition, and then you can combat both of them, brother.
All right, go ahead. I'm not
Right.
combating anything.
I got you.
I'm on the add too.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So justice can only be served within a closed community or society. So therefore, black people building cases, putting together cases to get justice in a white supremacist, racist court system, they cannot expect justice to be served. They'll get served whatever the white supremacists want to serve them. So in order to get for black people to receive justice, they have to construct their own nation state entity with their own courts. So justice is directly related to a society, a community, a nation, a sovereign entity.
Mine's
Okay.
equality of being fair and just. Just so I can add mine in there too.
Thank you, Empress Janet.
Thank you for letting me sharing.
You welcome, sis. You good, sis.
Okay. My response is this, Born Rich, to add on to our conversation, right? So, according to the Circle 7 Quran, these are the principles that I stand for: is truth, peace, justice, freedom, equality, reciprocity, and love. So that's what I teach my seeds. That's what I teach the children that I mentor in the community throughout the school system that I worked at for the last 11 years. Those are the 7 principles that I teach. So you have to teach not just justice, but freedom, equality, reciprocity, peace, and love, period. So now, the next thing is this. You also have to assess your own personal experiences and then help you understand what's really happening in your reality and not just bypass like what's happening in your reality because you stuck on something that's in your mind. That's matrix thinking. So my ex-wife filed false charges against me only to get control over the assets of our marriage, being our house, and get control over our son, right? At this particular time, I'm teaching in the public school system, right? I'm also working with adults with intellectual disability, and I'm also teaching in a summer enrichment program, kids age 5 to age 17 at the time. Plus, I'm speaking on panels at Mississippi State, Ole Miss, getting paid $300 a speaking engagement, grinding, and making a difference and enlighten the people at the same time. So now I was arrested twice, and I was arrested in front of my children. And 15 police officers came into the building and arrested me. They didn't handcuff me. They showed me respect on that in that particular manner, right? Yeah. But then when I went to trial on one of the cases, which was assault, right? With intent. Well, then they lowered it to misdemeanor assault with intent to bodily harm. This was a black female judge, right? Yeah. Who did not assess the facts because I had a black female lawyer
Why
to
you
represent
telling
me.
me this? Why you telling me?
Because I'm explaining to ICU and to you that y'all idea about justice based off of what you just described when you use the term white supremacy as if justice within a court system cannot be handed to you
Man,
because
hey,
hold on,
stop,
wait, let me
Sankofa,
hold on.
man,
Let me
stop,
give you my
man,
let me give
stop,
you my two
Sankofa, that's
let me give you
stupid.
my
It
let me give
don't
you
make
my two
sense.
experiences.
No,
Let me
no,
give you my two
no,
experiences and I'm
no,
out.
no,
I'm out. I'm
no,
out. So you gonna
Sankofa.
cut me out? You gonna cut
All
me
right,
off and you ain't gonna let me get
go
my
ahead,
two
brother.
experiences, bro?
Go
This real
on,
shit. This real shit
go
that I
ahead,
done went
brother.
through.
Go
I
ahead.
just told you I was teaching in the school
Go ahead,
system,
brother.
bro.
Go ahead.
And I
I'm
went
gonna,
to jail, got locked up.
brother. Stop, Sankofa. I'm gonna
God
jot
damn,
it
this
down.
is
My bad.
real.
I'm sorry.
They were
My
This shit
apologies.
stressing him
cold.
out.
My
They were
This
trying to
shit.
apologies.
break him. They were trying to
This,
break him. They were trying to break Sankofa.
No, who was trying to break me? My ex-wife?
Black
No, the
tokens,
system
black
used your wife.
tokens of
No,
white
no. My
supremacy was trying to
ex-wife
break
is the
you.
one. Hold
Black,
on, wait. My ex-wife is the one that initiated this. Don't get it
Why?
twisted.
who
Why did
set
she
up the
behave like
system
that?
He the
for
one.
her
He the
to
one.
initiate
He
this?
the one who
Man,
initiated
Sankofa,
it.
Bourne,
stop.
leave
Hold
it.
on. Why you not
Bourne,
let me
leave it.
finish,
Let
bro?
me deal with Sankofa. Let me
Why
deal
you
with
not
him.
let me finish? Let
Right.
me finish, bro. God damn. Let me finish my shit, man.
My
So
apologies.
now, two situations. The black woman, right,
Yes.
that I had found me guilty. And then when I went back to the little area where they keep the inmates at, because I went to court in all orange with shackles on, right? The white probation officer they assigned me with, she immediately said, I know y'all going to appeal this. And me and my lawyer said yes. So we appealed it to a higher court. Well, I had a jury trial, but we selected 12 jurors and there was a white male judge, right? After 2 hours of going through the trial and the facts and the evidence,
What
came
happened?
back not guilty of all charges. That was
Right.
one. Right? Then she found another charge
Yeah.
that was included with that where I got arrested a second time. That's why I lost my job at the school system, right?
Right.
The second charge, again, white male judge, not guilty of all charges.
Right.
So
And the lesson?
two not guilty verdicts that was
Yeah.
done by two white judges. But y'all sitting here telling me, right, that you can't get justice in an American court system. That's not true.
Okay,
It's
hold
not
that
true.
point.
Based
We
off
got
of
your
my
point.
experience. It
Yes,
ain't
we
true.
understand the point. We understand the point. Right. Born, you're
Sharing your
on mute.
I know
story.
I'm on mute. I think it's good I'm
Well,
on mute.
yeah,
But I told
keep
you,
on
Uncle.
sharing your.
I told you,
Right.
Uncle, I would let you go, but I got so much to say. But go ahead, Uncle. Go ahead,
Right.
Uncle.
So,
Thank you, Empress
your
Janet,
yeah,
for acknowledging that.
yeah. I'll just give you my impression after listening to what you were saying. Um, it, I went through the same thing. Same thing. Story is slightly different, but it's more or less the same thing. And a lot of black people are going through the similar things. Black men. Now, black men that I mean, obviously, just listen to what you're doing. The number of things you are handling at the same time, you're obviously above an average black man. You are a dangerous Negro. The number of things you can handle at once. You're teaching here, doing this, they're doing. You have to be toned down. You have to be slapped down. And what they'll do, they'll use just like the management on a slave plantation. You know, the white people, you know, they were hardly whipping the field Negroes. They would get another Negro to whip another one. You know, they want to get their hands dirty. They're above that. Yeah. So they always get another black person to whip and beat the other black person. So when you obviously, I can just tell by what the things that you were doing all at once. They said, right, we have to tone this gun. This is the time now. We're going to set his wife on him. And she wouldn't know. She doesn't understand. The same thing happened to me. She doesn't really understand. All she's trying to do is keep the house together or whatever, just trying to control life. She doesn't understand the big picture. So so it's internal. This is advanced, sophisticated white supremacy. That's how they work. That's how they work. And so they mess up your internal It's how they run it. That's how they messed up Africa. They mess you up internally. They get into your house. They get into the home. They put the woman under pressure, and you don't know. And when you get hit at an angle that you weren't expecting. It's like it's war. You get hit on the flank. You get hit at an angle that you're not expecting. They're not going to come at you from the front because you're looking after children. They can't hit you there. You look at all these things at the same time. Your frontal power is too strong. So they're going to come round the side, come round the back, and stab you in the back.
Your back and your sides.
Exactly. That's how they do it. They can't because you're too strong on the front. You're doing about 5 or 6 things all at once. Where a white man would have started messed up with the children or doing something wrong. So it is white supremacy, but they hide behind. It's a tactic they've been using so that you end up blaming the black woman. You're not the only one who's doing that.
I totally disagree with you, IC3. Totally disagree with you. Because
explain why.
Period. This is what you said. I want you to listen to what you said. You said that the white supremacist system will use my ex-wife and sick her on me. So explain to me how this entity that you're describing as white supremacy sicked. Talk to my wife and say, hey, file these false charges on your husband at the time. Tell me how that happened. Tell me how white supremacy told my ex-wife to file false charges on me.
Please let me answer.
That don't make no sense.
Please let me tell you this.
Hold on,
please, guys.
She made them decisions on her own.
Hey, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, man. And let me tell you something about white supremacy, man. White supremacy don't.
That's a question, though.
Listen, I wish you asked a question. I want to answer the question you asked, brother. White supremacy is not knocking on your motherfucking door. They're not texting you. They're not calling your fucking phone. You know what white supremacy is? Your ex-wife has a system or somebody that she can run to and tell on you. You're a grown-ass man, brother. Look at me, brother. You are a grown-ass man. You have parents. Nobody should be able to go tell an authoritative figure on you and force and drag you into court, force you to come to court, and force you to stand on your square and say, hey, Your Honor, I didn't do A, B, C, and D. That's how white supremacy got your ex to turn on you. They have a system. They don't know. They don't know. Because if it wasn't a system, listen, brother. If it wasn't a system, she would never have anywhere to go and to tell them people, white people, that you are doing whatever the fuck she accused you of doing, brother. This is a system built, laid out for her to go. She just have to go downtown. I'm in Nashville, brother, just like you used to live in Nashville. Your baby mama can walk downtown to this justice center and say, Sankofa is not doing what he's supposed to do, and now you gotta, and that drags your black ass into court, and now you gotta look at a white man or a white woman.
I'm not handled that way. I'm not. Hey, Born Rich.
Uncle, you hear me, Uncle?
I'm not handled that way though, Born Rich.
You lost your job, brother. Wait.
No.
Let me go. She went to a system. Listen, brother. She went to a system and had them people make you fire you from your job.
That's right.
You lost your job because the system of white supremacy said, if you want to work for me and my system, this is what you can't do. Whatever she said you was doing, the system of white supremacy said, well, you can't do. He can't do that and work for this. And you lost your job, brother.
Where's the accountability? Where's the accountability on her initiating the entire transaction? What are y'all talking about?
It's a system built for her to go. It's a system. It's not accountability.
And that doesn't mean that she had to use that system in that manner.
She did.
The system is set up to protect women, and other people who constitutional right is being violated.
I agree.
That's why it's set up, right? So she manipulated a system that was intended to what? Create justice.
No,
And
Or
then,
he was
no,
manipulated.
no.
He was manipulated.
No.
bro, the Constitution is a good body of work. If you read the Constitution, it's a good body of work.
This
Man.
guy's
I know, but let me say this though.
system,
All right,
man.
don't tell me about the Constitution because my ancestors was 3/5 of a human being when these white
Exactly.
folks wrote that.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't, bro. No, they weren't, bro. No, they weren't.
Yes, they was. Yes, they was.
If you don't,
niggas was 3/5 of a human being when these white
Born
folks
Rich,
wrote that. Don't tell me about no
Born
Constitution.
Rich, if you don't have a nationality, then yes, you're considered a 14th Amendment citizen, but that's ignorance. But see, when Malcolm X went to Mecca and he came back and he started the nationalist movement, that was because he got educated about nationality and human rights and not civil rights. So we were never supposed to be fighting for civil rights. We were supposed to be fighting for human rights. That way we can use what? United Nations to take America before the world court and hold them accountable for our treatment.
That shit is ran by America. Listen, brother, ask Iran, how did that work out for Iran when they tried to report America to the United Nations? Ask any non-American country, how did the United Nations help them when they stood up and said America is doing this bullshit? It didn't work. It didn't work out good for them, brother. Come on,
what
man.
What does that have to do with the fact that
United Nations, you make some niggas in America.
If I'm a free and living human being on earth and I understand that I have sovereignty within myself, right?
You think so? Who told you you got sovereignty?
Not think.
You got sovereignty?
What do you mean? I express my sovereignty every day.
Oh, really?
I express my sovereignty every day. I'm not in that mentality, ICC.
Anytime they want to.
I'm not in that. I'm not in your mindset.
You lost your job, Sankofa. You're not sovereign.
You can't even hold your job. What do you mean you're sovereign?
You can't
even hold your job.
Hey, Born Rich. I do multiple things. So just because I lost one job doesn't mean that I don't have multiple things that I'm doing at the same time. So what? It never stopped me.
Who wants to let an income stream go? That's an income stream, brother.
That is a part of life. That is a part of life.
The system showed you, nigga, we run this system. Get out of here.
The system did not show me. The system did not show me that, because what the system showed me is that I was able to stand on my square in court and get on a stand and articulate what occurred. And what did that yield for me? Not guilty verdicts twice. And I'm a black and I'm a melanated man in America. We're locks. And I got an up on my neck.
You lost your job, brother.
Chill out.
I love you. You know I love you, brother. But
I love you too. You know that.
Go ahead,
Born Rich. You see that? See, this is really important. Listening to Sankofa's experience, because this shows you how advanced the system of white supremacy is in the management of people classified as black. They can make you look towards the white man as serving justice. That's the end result of Sankofa's speech and experience.
No.
He ends up saying, you know what? I can go to the white man and I can do a presentation and I can get justice served. And he ends up, his final thing is that the black woman blamed the black woman. She could have done better. You see, so it's eternal. Blame the black woman. So it's black on black, black on black, black. It's a standard thing.
Right, this crazy.
You gave that speech, but I fully understand your experience. You know why? because that speech
What
is
is that, Pelu?
standard. Black men are going through that. You're not the only one. As soon as you started, it's like, oh, here we go. It's another one. I've been through that. It's the
Hey, let me ask
exact
you.
same
Hey,
story.
IC3. Let me ask you a question, IC3. So now this is gonna let me know if you understand law or not. Cause see, a lot of time I engage in these conversations about law, and I gotta check to see if you even understand law. Cause if you don't understand law, then you make comments out of really not understanding law,
Okay,
right?
go on.
So
Go on.
now, so I'm gonna ask you, what is the first element to creating a contract? When what's the first element to
Right.
contracting? What's the
Right.
first element?
Good. The first element to creating a contract will be that the entities have to be clearly defined that in which the contract is being created between. Correct?
You have to have a meeting of the minds. A meeting of the minds. That means two flesh and blood human beings got to come together and meet. That's the first element of a contract.
Right. So
Continue.
that's yeah. Right. Two flesh and blood human beings. Okay. Those that have that contract has to take place within a society that has deemed two human beings coming together to make a contract. The society defines the entities before the entities come together.
No.
And if the society has a bias against one of those entities, that's going to impact the contract.
Okay. So let me ask you another question. What is the purpose of the birth certificate? This is gonna let me know if you even understand law on a much deeper level. What's the purpose of the birth certificate?
The purpose of the birth certificate is for the state to recognize the arrival of a new entity within it and to register that new entity, piece of stock or whatever.
That's when you are having your sovereignty taken away from you by way of the birth certificate. The birth certificate turns you into a corporation, not a flesh and blood human being. Your parents did that unknowingly because they were uneducated to that fact. So you have to go and correct that process. That name that's on that birth certificate, right? That is what they use in the court system with the police department, with other corporations. They use that name that's associated with the birth certificate in order to cause you damages, which is why you
Okay.
can be held accountable to follow statutes
Yes,
and
that
codes
is
and not
white
the Constitution.
supremacy. That's white
And
Wait,
supremacy,
Baldwin.
Sankofa.
Let's go. Let's go
and
Sankofa.
you have
step
to
by step.
educate yourself on how to destroy that
Okay, one
system.
second.
And
That's
that's
not
what
Okay,
true,
we have
Sankofa.
done.
Man.
okay. Let's go step by
That's
step.
what we
Man.
Step
have
by
done.
step.
I'm talking
Okay,
solutions here.
but hold on, Sankofa. I see three. I'm sorry, guys, but if any of the new panelists, I got Pelu on here. If
Yeah,
Pelu
go
want
ahead,
to say
Taylor.
something, you know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
salute, bro.
Yeah. Salute, Pelu.
No,
If
no,
How you
no.
doing,
if you
Pelu?
want to eat your food, Pelu, go ahead, brother. I let these brothers talk. But if you got something to, if you want to chime in, my brother.
No, I'm just listening. I mean, because it's like the topic is getting a seat at the table, and I see what saying Kofa's talking about, but at the same time, that's all. In reality, like who don't have a birth? I mean, in reality, you're gonna have identification. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, maybe you could live outside the grid. I don't know how good you can live outside the grid. I don't know. 'Cause I live on the grid. I'm a taxpayer. You know what I'm saying? I got a social security. I got all this stuff. I mean, I got a birth. I mean, my birth certificate not even from America. My birth certificate, I was born in Sierra Leone, but even Sierra Leone give you a birth certificate. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like you're gonna have identification. So like I mean, if you I mean, I'm trying to think of what you're gonna do without any type of identification or something like that. Because look, because even to drive, how you gonna drive? You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be able to drive. You're not gonna like what are you gonna like? Because I hear you a lot of thinking. A lot of people have said that for years. They've been saying, "Oh, get off this all this stuff," but
how functional are you really gonna be outside of
Exactly.
society? That's what I want to know.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
So
agree,
can I address
Taylor.
that?
I
So
agree. I've always
Sankofa
asked that. Go ahead,
um,
Ashika.
mentioned
I
being
got you,
registered.
Taylor.
Yeah, good point. Okay, so Sankofa mentioned a very important issue. So this conversation is going to get heavy. So yes, the birth certificate, right? And so we agree that the birth certificate is the system, the state registering the and recognizing the new entity that's come in. Now, I've heard of these things before. What you're saying, so it's true. In order to get real sovereignty, uh, you the point what you're saying is right. Okay, you have to um, unregister yourself from the society, yes, and then become a true sovereign. Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying you're registered at
No,
birth. Are you saying you delete the registration or what?
no.
Let's study step by step.
Yes, it's called. You have to do a authentication of your birth certificate, and
Yeah.
you have to trademark the company name that was created by way of the birth certificate. So that's what they did. They made you a corporation by way of the birth certificate, right?
Okay.
Not a flesh and blood living soul. When a baby comes into this world, they are a flesh and blood living soul according to the Constitution.
Right.
You become a 14th Amendment citizen corporation when you identify as being black. And if you don't have your birth name on the birth certificate authenticated and trademark, right?
Right. Okay.
Everybody who is in other nationalities in America, they all do this. Like the
Right.
Jewish do this, everybody do this. So it's not like this is something that's uncommon. See, we were deprived of this information.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
now,
Hold it there. Hold it there. Hold it there.
okay, go
Hold it
ahead.
there.
Go ahead.
Hold it
Go
there.
ahead,
Right.
Go ahead,
So
my bad.
this corporation, right? Uh, which state is the corporation registered with?
The state that you were born in,
Right. So this entity, this newborn baby, this new person gets registered as a corporation, and the corporation is registered to the state that is that this child was born in.
to the U.S.
And
Treasury Department.
okay,
Not the state, it's the U.S. Treasury Department.
all right, the U.S. Treasury Department, is that correct? Right.
Yes,
All
because
right. So
you're being pledged for the debt of the country. You become surety for the debt because the country's currency is no longer backed by gold or silver. It's backed by the labor of the people. And that's
right,
per
good.
House Joint Resolution 192. Look it up.
Right. Okay, good. So you go back and claim your identity, which is linked to the Treasury, and this Treasury is the United States Treasury. Is that correct? Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Yeah. So you said this identity is registered to the state treasury. Is that correct?
Yes, the U.S. Treasury Department.
Right. The US, United States Treasury Department. So this
Yes, sir.
corporation, this entity, this human being is registered to the United States Treasury Department, correct? Right. So as you're registered to the United States Treasury Department, you're still under you're not sovereign, you're not a sovereign entity from the United States. You're still part of the United States. You're still part of the white supremacist racist system, structure, and model of the United States. To be truly
Brother,
sovereign, you would be part of a separate state.
I
brother.
agree. I have to
Brother,
agree, Sankofa.
in order we have to really assess the word sovereign, right? because
That's right. Let's go into
you're
that.
only assessing the word sovereign from the perspective of having a relationship with a nation, right? But that's
Yeah.
one aspect of sovereignty, right? But another aspect of sovereignty is being free in the way that you think, the way that you view yourself, the way that you believe in what you can manifest in your life, the way that you respond to trials and tribulation. That is also another aspect of sovereignty.
This freedom, this word freedom, we're going to dig into that. Right. Sovereignty and freedom. Free from what exactly?
Free from, according to the Constitution, because I want to stay on this law discussion because we really need to understand law.
Of
So
course.
free from somebody interfering with your pursuit of happiness, right?
Free from
From somebody,
somebody
yep,
interfering with your
yep,
pursuit of
of
happiness.
happiness, right?
Oh, look at that word supremacy comes in with dominion, the sovereign.
You see that? You see that power? No, I ain't gonna lie. I see three. I like supreme power
Yeah.
or authority.
And
Dominion.
that's what you are. That's what each one of us have individually.
Yes.
Supreme power and authority, but you have to know how to
know.
activate your power.
Hold on, Sankofa. Let me ask you this, Sankofa. Hold on, Sankofa. Right? I am supreme. I have supreme power or authority, but I can't go fight in the Navy without getting a job. That's not supreme power, my brother. I'm just being honest.
Because you're signing a contract.
Sankofa.
That was a bad example.
Sankofa. No, it's not. It's a perfect example, Sankofa. I want to go fight for the Navy. I do. I'm a fighter by nature. Instead of turning my gun on these black guys in the hood, I want to go turn my gun and train how to use this gun. I want to train. I want to go get some discipline, and I want to fight for the country that I live in. Right? But I don't have supreme power or authority because the people that has supreme power and authority is going to tell me, Born Rich, here goes the jab. And I say, no, I don't really want to take the jab, but I still want to fight. I'm a fighter. I'm a rider. I still want to do that. They're going to say, no, Born Rich, you have to take this jab in order to fight and ride and all of that shit you want to do. So I don't have supreme power or authority, brother. That's all.
Again, you use your supreme power and authority to sign a contract. When you joined the Navy, my grandfather was a Marine, my dad is Army. I was born in the Army when my daddy was in the Army. So I totally understand military, right? And so when you decide to join the Navy, they're going to present you with a contract that you're supposed to read over, right? If you don't agree to the terms, right, you can either cross out on that document, cross out what you don't agree with, write in, right? That's called counter. That's called
happened in 2022, brother. My brother,
yes.
It's 2022. Well,
Yes, it don't matter. It don't contracting is the
jab's
same.
not on that contract. The jab's
It
not
does.
on that contract.
They have a medical portion on the contract. They have a medical part that deals with medical circumstances that could occur. So when you read that aspect, if you feel like based off of what it says, it takes away from some of your rights, right, to determine what you are allowing to be put into your body, then cross that part out, give the contract back to them as a counter offer, and see if they agree to it.
They're not gonna agree to it though, brother.
Then guess what? Then I'm not joining the Navy. And it's that simple.
Yeah, and you can't.
I got you.
Yeah, that's how you exercise
that means
your
you're not
supreme power.
Sovereign, do we have to pay tax? If I have supreme power, why
You're not
someone?
bro, you're not supposed to pay tax.
Brother. If sovereignty means supreme power or authority, why do I not have supreme power to not pay my taxes this year?
Because you haven't studied the IRS code. That's why. So now
you mind if I jump in?
Go ahead, Pelo.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I know technically in America, right? like I hear what Sankofa was saying, and I hear. I mean, I've heard that for years, especially from the more science people. They be talking all that stuff, right? And that's why that girl got killed. I remember the girl in Baltimore got killed because of that. He started telling the police, that, "Oh, I ain't got to listen." And then there's a guy named Tosh Bay. He always comes here and tells people that, "Oh, you don't really need a license and everything." But to make a long story short, though, in America, according to the Constitution, it says we the people have sovereignty, but it's not an individual person got sovereignty. It's the nation as a whole. They say we the people. That's the basis of the sovereignty. They call it. They say America's under popular sovereignty, meaning the people as a corporate body is the sovereign of America according to the Constitution. When it says we the people, that's what it says. That's what
Right.
I just want to add that it's not like you personally have a sovereignty because you don't have sovereignty over any jurisdiction in America. The U.S. has jurisdiction over all that. Like, there's no person that says, "Oh, I'm the sovereign of America," like, or you're the sovereign of
Right.
anything. Like for example, even if you own property in America, the United States is always sovereign. That's why they always have eminent domain. The U.S. as a corporate body has eminent domain over all this jurisdiction, and they're the ones who
Right.
exercise sovereignty. That's why no matter what, you could buy a house right now. If they want to take a house, they can take it as long as
Right.
they're supposed to pay you the back, but they have eminent domain. The reason they have eminent domain because the United States, we the people as a corporate body has the sovereignty, not any individual necessarily.
Right.
Like I know in England it might be different because the sovereign technically the queen, so it's different. That's why everything's under the crown. But America is we the people. You know,
Right.
I just want to jump in to give some constitutional talk to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. How do you address that then, Sankofa?
Well said, Pedro. Well said.
Okay, thank you, Pelu, for that. Yeah. So, I'm associated with. I'm 40, and the team that I rock with are 55, 60, right? And I've been rocking with them for 15, 20 years, right? And I have seen with my own eyes. I have seen men live in a house and not pay a mortgage for 6 years. This is what I witnessed because they knew how to go in court and stand on the square, not with the esquire. They didn't have a hired lawyer. No, they represented themselves because they knew how to stand as a sovereign spiritual being,
Why
meaning
only
they were
6
not
years?
they were not
What
a
happened?
minor. They were not a minor in the understanding. See, America works like this.
Slow down. Why only 6 years? What happened after the 6 years?
Because then they decided they wanted to move in another direction. They had already saved up a certain amount of money that they wanted to save up to create other projects. You see, it was all a strategy to create another vehicle that they could create another platform and another project with.
And then what project is that now? Is that still going? Can you
Oh
give
yeah,
me
they still got land going on. They still got tax companies going on. They still
land
got
where?
other business. This is in Nashville, in Atlanta, and in Texas. There's other people that operate this way, but this is not something that we talk about publicly because you have to understand and respect the public and the private.
Who protects their land? Do the
Salute,
police?
Red. Salute, Red.
No,
Who
they
protects their land?
well, the first layer of protecting the land is you, the individual. You protect your own land.
Oh, so
That's
he
first.
walks around his land with his gun, does he?
No, of course, we have a team. This is not like a one-man show. We moving as a well-organized tribe.
And you all have guns, yeah?
Guns, all kind of other security components to our land. Yeah.
So you don't think the state could come just take that land?
No, brother, because it's not the state, it's the bank. Remember, when you sign a mortgage, right? That mortgage agreement, that mortgage contract is made with the bank, not the state. The state only gets involved when you paying taxes. So let's be clear on that.
So
right?
so
You going up against the bank. Huh?
So the bank can come and take the land. The bank can
No,
use the police to take the land.
No, that's not how the bank works.
Okay.
If you don't pay your mortgage, the bank is gonna take you to court. When you get to court, if you understand that the banks cannot own land because it's a corporation, it's not a flesh and blood living soul. They can't own land. Most people don't
A
know
You
this.
just
corporation
said
Banks
that
can't
can't.
you're a
A
own land.
corporation can't
corporation.
own land. Is that what you trying to say? You trying to say a corporation can't own land?
I'm saying a bank cannot own the land, not a corporation. Of course, you can put your property inside of a trust, right?
Yeah, because the reason why I say that because you specifically said a corporation can't own land. So now you're saying
So
a
I'm talking
bank
about a bank.
can't own land. A
Banks
bank can't
can't
own land.
own
So
land.
a bank cannot have properties on their books as assets. Okay. I never knew that. I'm gonna go research that. You tell me a bank cannot own land. Okay, I'm gonna research that.
You all money at the bank is created from the promissory note. Remember that. The promissory note is what creates the money. Your signature is what creates the money. Did y'all know that?
I know, you said a bank cannot own land. So I'm trying to figure out if a bank can own land or not. I'm gonna go research it.
Yeah,
No,
that's an
banks
interesting statement.
cannot own land, brother. They can't own land.
Yeah, but I think they have their slick ways of doing it.
No, you just gotta understand law,
That's
brother.
like saying a
It's
drug
not
dealer.
good.
That's like saying a
Yeah.
drug dealer can't have a legitimate business. Like, yeah, of course people say that,
Not
but
comparable.
I know a lot of drug dealers that have a legitimate business. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like, of course people gonna tell you that, but the white people bend the law. Not white people. Let me not say white people say over, because when I say white supremacy, it's another thing you get mixed up. When I say white supremacy, you think I'm speaking about specifically about white people. So now you don't understand how your black ex-wife can use the system of white supremacy against you, and I'm telling you because the system is there. So let me not say that all white supremacists are not white people, guys. We listen. I listen to sisters every day who tell me how they are discriminated and then people and the Arabs in these corner stores act funky towards them, or they go to the hair stores and the Asians and Chinese act funky to them. And I still tell them that is the system of white supremacy. White
Yeah.
Okay,
supremacy
hey,
doesn't have to, white supremacy is not white people. They will put a buffer class in front of you to make it seem like it's not white supremacy. But yes, that Asian, you know why that Asian is mistreating these sisters when they go in the hair store? It's because the system of white supremacy allows them to. They don't do the Karens like that. We see Karens on video, and then we see black women getting disrespected in the Asian shop, right? So we
okay.
can't.
Hey,
Yeah.
let me jump in real quick.
Hey,
Um,
I'm about to dip, man. Much love, y'all. I got to dip, man.
Salute,
Hey,
Seiko.
okay,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you
okay.
going, Rick, man. Y'all take care. Pleasure to meet you, Empress Janet.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night.
And
Good
don't
night.
blame the black woman, Sankofa. Don't
Hey, look,
blame
I'm
the black
I
I'm
females.
agree.
I'm
They
going to
are
extend
victims.
accountability where it belongs. I don't blame and group black women together because there are beautiful, vibrant, intelligent black women all over the
Sheesh.
country. There's one on the line with us right now. So just because I extended accountability where it belongs, don't mean that I'm against black women. Don't get it twisted. I admire and pay homage to queens, but I also pay homage to the kings. I'm balanced. Feel me?
Yeah.
But all of us have to be willing to take accountability. I'm out, man. Y'all hold it down. I get at y'all next week.
Salute, brother. We'll see you next time, Sankofa. Shout
Yeah.
out to
All
you,
right,
man.
all right. Peace, y'all.
Much
Peace.
love.
All right
Lot
now.
of love. Lot of love for my brother Sankofa, man. A lot of love for that brother, man. A lot
Yeah.
of love.
It's a very tough subject.
Yeah.
It's
Hey, hold
it's
on.
hard to see white supremacy. It's so sophisticated.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
can't.
yeah.
It's not.
Hey,
It's
Yeah.
it's very
hey, look.
difficult to show somebody.
Go on,
Okay,
Pimp.
look. A bank-owned property is acquired by a financial institution when a homeowner defaults on their mortgage. I'm an Investopedia, right? Okay, because you said banks cannot own property, right? Bank-owned properties are properties taken into a taken into a bank's inventory when they are not sold during foreclosure sale. Bank-owned properties acquired by a financial institution when a homeowner defaults on their mortgage. These properties then sell at a discounted price, much lower than the current home prices, as
Right.
buyers
So
are
banks
wary of the
cannot.
cost of potential repairs that might be needed. Bank-owned
Right.
properties, again, bank-owned properties. So you said bank and own land. That's a bank-owned property. Bank-owned properties that are offered for sale tend to have low interest rates and low down payments. Potential
Right.
home buyers and investors can find listings of bank-owned properties through the online services Reality Track or
Right.
directly through lenders. Also, large national lending institutions have loss mitigation departments that sell these properties. So he's
Right.
saying a bank can't own property. That don't make no sense. A bank can't own land. That's a bank. I mean,
Right.
everybody's seen a bank owned property. It's like because I was like, man, I was going to just say it right there, but I said let me Google it just to make sure because I'm like I don't know.
Let me
I'm
check.
like I never heard of something like that before because they've been had bank owned property. Like, how can a bank don't own? How can a bank can't own land? Like I never heard that in my day of my life.
Exactly, man.
Yeah. You
Exactly.
see? But now he'll come round bit by bit. You see, we just take slowly, break it down bit by bit, word by word, and they're gonna come round and see it's white supremacy. know?
They're not gonna agree to that though. They're not
Yeah.
gonna agree to that. They don't like the
Yeah.
words. See what I notice is I see three. They don't like the word, the phrase white
Yeah.
supremacy. Right? That's the only thing Sankofa. I promise you, listen to me, I see three. Let me tell you something, Uncle. If I called it racism, me and Sankofa would never argue. If I called it racism, me and Mr. Pelu, we would never argue, right? But I intentionally call it white supremacy. I don't want you to muddy the waters and call it racism or
That's right.
prejudice. I don't
Yeah.
want that. I don't. I intentionally call it white supremacy just so brothers like Pelu can say, "Man, that's some bullshit," and I'm like, "No, it's not. It's not. It's not bullshit." When I break it down, I can break
Yeah.
it down, and that's what I
Right.
do with Sankofa. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I see three, like
Yeah.
I
I
see
got
three.
you.
I mean,
No,
I see three. White
because
supremacy
blacks
is
can
cringy.
own.
It's cringy. I
No,
see three.
because blacks
I
can
know.
own.
I know.
I
Cringe.
mean,
They
because
feel it.
banks can
They
own
feel it.
property, it
We all
doesn't mean it's
feel
white
it.
supremacy because banks can own property. Banks owning property has nothing to do with white supremacy.
I know, but what I'm
A black
saying,
bank,
only thing
a
I'm
black
saying,
bank can own property.
There's
Pelu,
no black
I'm
banks.
not even talking about the bank, but the banks are
Yes, they are.
another arm of white supremacy. Like, come on.
Yeah.
They are black banks. Black people can own banks.
Who gives a fuck?
They are
Who does
black
the
banks.
bank? Who does the black banks pay to? They have to pay somebody,
And
Pelu.
who they
Who they gotta
underwritten
pay?
by?
Who are they under? They're under the
By their,
FDIC. Pelu, Google. You got
they
your
got them.
Google
Like
right
here,
now.
they got a black
Pelu,
bank. They got
no.
industrial bank. They got a
Pelu,
black owned
listen
bank
to me.
in DC.
Brother, listen to me right now. The FDIC. I bank at a black bank. It's Citizens Bank in Nashville, Tennessee. Google it, family. I bank with the black bank. But you know what sign I see every day when I pull up to my black bank? FDIC. Google what is the FDIC and who
The
owns
Federal Deposit and
the
Insurance
FDIC?
Commission.
Man, come on, man.
The Federal Deposit and
FDIC. Let me
Insurance
check.
Commission. The Deposit Insurance
IC,
Commission.
FDIC banking. Put something like that.
Federal
I mean,
Deposit
what
Insurance
bank is not owned?
Corporation.
And I'll
What
share your screen. I see three.
Deposit Insurance Corporation?
So what are we talking about, man? Like
The
everybody has
Federal
to
Deposit
Okay,
Insurance
watch
Corporation.
it, watch it.
The Federal
Yeah, the Federal
Deposit
Deposit Insurance
Insurance
Corporation.
Corporation
Yeah,
is one
that's
of
what I
the
said.
two agencies that supply deposit insurance to depositors in American depository institutions.
Say it again.
The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation is one of the two agencies that supply deposit insurance to depositors in American depository institutions.
Stop right there. I see three. You said insurance, right?
Yes,
Let
right.
me tell you something about insurance. All right, you can believe it or not, but my research tells me that the slave ships that the slaves were brought over to America on, they were insured, right?
By
Is that the
Lloyd's.
word you said? They
Yep,
were insured. They
correct.
were insured. So
Yes.
those people
So is
are
your car.
accountable, just like the people who built the fucking boat
That
and
is,
drove the fucking
hey,
boat. Go on.
so is your car. Your car is insured. Like insurance just means that you have an insurance policy on your thing. What does insurance got to do with
Who
white
makes the money? Who
supremacy?
makes the money? The person that you are renting that car from. Hold on.
That's all
The
it
person.
means.
Hold on. Guess who makes money, right? When you have a car note. I love it. I love it, Pedro. When you break it down, that's simple.
Nah, that's not a car note.
When you have
Insurance
to
is not a
pay
car
a
note.
car
That's an
note,
insurance.
listen, brother.
That's two different things.
But no, it's not two different things because you can't get anything insured that you don't have, Paylu. You can't have car insurance.
Yes, but you don't have to pay a car
Listen,
note to have a car
brother. You can't have car insurance if you don't have a car. So you have to get the car from, I don't give a fuck who, you can get the car from a black man, right? You can go to a black car lot and get your car. And guess who that black car lot has to answer to? The FDIC, the insurance.
The FDIC, the black car, the car lot has to answer the FDIC. How does a car lot
I'm
have to
not even
answer to
saying the
the
FDIC, but they have to answer to insurance. They have to answer to Progressive Direct. Hold on,
No,
Pelo. Hey,
you have to answer to the progressive.
damn, Pelo, are you gonna argue with me about you can Pelo? You don't even have a car. I've had 17 cars. Every
I
car
have cars. Look at it.
Every car I've had to have, brother, I've had to have insurance on that car.
Never had cars. What are you talking about? I've been driving since I was 16. What are you talking about?
Who runs the
Always talking bullshit.
insurance, brother?
Yeah.
Who runs the insurance on that car?
Yeah, the point is that
Thank
the
you.
whites, why are we talking about insurance? We're showing that just because there's a bank and the bank's on the high street and it says black bank, that black bank has to be insured by a white organization. Sooner
Fact.
or later, it always goes back to white. Otherwise, you
Listen,
cannot have that bank.
you can't get away from it.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, IC3, because some of my African brothers and sisters will tell me in Africa we can get away from white. Answer
Ah,
me that. Can we get away from white on the continent of Africa?
okay.
Talk.
No, because the white supremacists are so sophisticated. How it started off, you saw the white man's face with the gun pointed in your face
Yeah.
or the whip on your back. Yes, that's how it starts off. You see, the white person is there. That's the most brutal. He has the sword, knife, whip, or gun. You can see his blue eyes. The white man's there in front of you. But as the system, when they build the system, the next stage is that between the white man and you is another black man. Yeah. So no longer you getting the gun pointed in your face from the white man.
It's
He
the
gets
black
the
man.
black man to do it. So he manages the black man that points the gun in your face. So he steps
Fact.
back a stage. Yeah.
Fact.
And then he gets more sophisticated. He steps back even further. Yeah. And he keeps going and going and going until you never see a white man. You never see
Exactly.
it. And so he can
Exactly.
manage the whole of Africa, and the Africans don't even see a white man because he manages them through the finance. You see?
My brother.
When they're doing their mining for gold, diamonds, or whatever, those black people don't know. Those black people at the mine, they don't even see the white person. They probably see it once every 5 years.
Thank you.
You know?
Thank
So they got
you.
no idea. They're blaming each other, killing each other for what they're suffering because they can only punch at the person they can see. But that whole bank, the whole mine, the whole territory is controlled indirectly through finance by
The
the
system
World
of
Bank.
white supremacy.
Yeah, a system.
God
So that
damn it,
yeah,
man. And that's what
they,
I'm saying. Now
you
we
build the
can do
machine.
black,
They build the machine to serve.
and not only built the machine, I see three, a well-oiled machine.
Oh,
It's a well-oiled. It
yeah,
rolls and it rolls and it goes and it goes and it goes. And when it's a kink in the machine, they go fix the kink quickly,
exactly.
and then the
And you
machine
notice,
rolls on. How would
yes,
you
I
do
like the
with
way
your
you're
car?
saying roll. I like the way you're saying roll because
Yes,
the most expensive cars,
yes.
right? Luxury cars, not the sports ones. You can't hear them when they move. All you hear is a tire. You can't hear the Rolls Royce. When they go, all you hear is all you're hearing is tire. You don't hear the engine. You don't hear nothing. You just hear wind and tire on the road. You don't hear an engine. The most
Let me ask you this,
sophisticated.
IC3. IC3.
Huh?
So the brothers that say that I don't know that the system of white supremacy it doesn't exist.
Because
What
they
do you
can't
say
hear it.
to them people?
It's just like the system of white supremacy is like a Rolls Royce. It's been developed over centuries. So the engineering, the social engineering, is so fine, so smooth. You can't hear it.
Yeah,
You can't see it.
yeah. Can I say something? God damn it, man. I don't want to get canceled because YouTube be bullshit. But it's kind of like this shit that's going on right now. IC3, right? You can't see it. You can't smell it. Put your mask on, but you can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't touch it.
Yeah,
Nothing. It's just out there. So
yeah,
put your
that's right.
mask on. Put your mask on. Uh, stay 6 feet away from these niggas because it's there. It's there. Trust me,
Right.
it's there. Like we
Trust me.
can't even question. And then and listen, IC3 is getting so messy and so funky. You can't even question it. You
Exactly.
can't even say, "Hey guys, wait a minute." I
Where's the
don't.
evidence?
Yeah, exactly. You
Yeah,
can't say that. You can't
yeah.
say that, bro.
And it's
All
the same
right,
thing they say to us. You keep talking about white
white
supremacy. Where's the
supremacy. Thank you.
evidence? Where's the evidence? You guys, is conspiracy theory, man. Where's the
Yeah. So
evidence?
when
Where's
I
no
tell them
white
about the
supremacy?
wealth gap, hold on. So but when I say, hey guys, I think it exists because I'm in America and I can pull up the stats about the black versus white wealth gap, they're gonna tell me it's a class system or capitalism. They're
Yeah.
gonna give me other words except for white
Or lazy.
supremacy.
Black people are lazy.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, man. Empress
The
Janet,
wealth,
you
you
there,
know,
sis?
what they say,
Yeah, I'm listening.
How you doing, sis? You okay?
I'm getting tired, but I'm listening.
You good, sis? You got
Um,
a spanner, right, sis? So
yes,
put your make sure before you go to bed, put your channel in the chat. You know how we do, sis.
I
Put your
appreciate
channel in and I know you don't really like talking about white supremacy, sis.
it. Why? Because
But
I like white people.
no, it's not that. I just know you don't. That's not really your
I'm
thing.
just trying to
Yeah.
understand.
But even if we're gonna say the
I'm
system,
not going
right,
to
sis?
argue something I don't know, brother.
But sis, but even if we're gonna say the system, do you
Okay.
think that it's beneficial for I don't know, not even black people, the human race to have a seat at the table with the elites, or should we just say fuck their table and flip it over and build our own table?
I like flipping it and building our own table.
Mm, I think most people would say that. I think
yeah.
I
most
just
people
like to
would say
do
that.
my own thing. I don't
Yeah.
really follow
Yeah.
certain
So do
rules.
you vote? Do you vote, sis?
I did not last time. No.
GOJ, is that you, homie? Is that you,
Talk to me. Yeah, this me.
my
Talk to me.
brother? My brother.
God of
Okay.
Jacob.
What's going on, Unc?
Mm.
Hello.
We're fighting and we're taking ground.
Fighting
We're
a good fight.
taking ground.
Got it, Jacob. We trying to get all right. This how I know I get my brother started. Right. Got it, Jacob. We're trying to convince our African brothers and sisters that white supremacy is a thing, and we need to get on code, man, so we can move and really defeat this beast. What you think, man?
Well, our African brothers and sisters,
Yeah.
that's going to be tough because they seek to get validated by whiteness. They want to be a part of white supremacy half the damn time.
Mm,
Yeah, that's right.
You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the way you look at it and the way they look at it and the way we look at it is totally different. And Rich, you know this.
I know, bro. Hey, bro, listen. I know what you didn't hear that 15-minute argument me and Mr. Palu had. You know what I'm
I
saying?
didn't.
So
I
got
didn't.
like shit, man.
Mhm.
Shit, God.
So,
And
so
I'm
if
the one. And God, Jacob will tell you straight up. I am the one that's like, no, our African brothers, they want to rock with us. And God, Jacob is
yeah,
like,
you
fuck that.
wait on that shit if you
Fuck
want to.
that. And I'm like, no, they good. But then the more I talk to them, the more it's like, oh, we're
But
not
you
on
know,
the
Okay.
no,
same page.
no, there's progress. There's
Go ahead,
progress. 'Cause you know
ICT.
what? I'm hearing progress. In all this, I'm hearing progress.
I agree.
Because what's happening, um, that the reason they don't accept white supremacy is because they're blaming the black. They're blaming other black people.
Yeah.
Once you examine and cause them to investigate why they're blaming, why it's black on black blame, when you go into the case in detail and we all analyze it together, it starts to fall down, and then the blame is going to go where it belongs, on the white
Mm,
supremacists. You're starting to expose where the white
I
supremacists are
agree.
hiding.
I agree. I see
You
three.
know,
I
so
agree.
shift is all about shifting the blame from the black people
I have a
to
story
where
about
it
that. I see
belongs.
three.
Blame?
I have a story about that really quick. I see three. And then is that you, brother? And then you have to say something, brother. Take unmute. Take your mic off mute, brother. You have to say something, or I have to look at you as a porn bomber.
Hello, I'm in. I just was on mute.
All right,
Um,
all right.
by the way, I had a question for Empress and for all of you. Let's say that Nigeria becomes like really powerful and successful, or Ghana, doesn't matter which one,
Mhm.
and they become like richer and more powerful than England, and they dominate England, and they're all white supremacists, like all the Nigerians and Ghanaians. Is that okay?
Are
I mean,
they
because
white
some
supremacists? You think? Hold on. So are you saying that the white supremacists will give all Nigerians so much power and all Ghanaians so much power that they would like run their area? They will rule
so
their area?
so so I'm putting it differently. Let's say because someone said that a lot of Africans want to become white supremacists.
Mhm.
So what if all the Ghanaians and Nigerians said, okay, that's fine, we'll become white supremacists, and become like really really successful in every single way, including in art, including
No,
in
no, no. Look,
spirituality,
Africans are not
including
Hold
white.
on,
in finance.
hold on.
No,
White
hold on.
supremacy.
Can I say something? Gotta Jacob, please, brother. Please, brother. Let me say something, and then I would tell them congratulations. I'm gonna be 100 and then right because hold on, I mean I gotta be honest. And
Right.
Empress Janet and Gotta Jacob, y'all can agree with me. We don't know, and I hate to say it, y'all. This is gonna sound horrible. We don't know, but we don't care what's going on in Nigeria right now, right? Y'all
Oh,
could
wait a
tell us
minute.
that
Don't put me
Nigeria.
in that. Don't put
I mean,
me in.
but Janet, do you?
Oh, wait.
Let me
Okay.
ask you a question, Janet. A personal question. Do you know? No, not even care. Do you know what's going on in Nigeria right now?
I'm trying to find out, and that's why
Exactly.
I'm surfing over
Exactly.
there.
Yeah,
So
exactly. No. I'm willing to find out
I'm
if
really curious, and I like.
no. I feel you. I feel you, Janet. If someone came online and said, "Hey, the white all these black Nigerians have I don't know I see three. I
If
don't know
they're
the word I'm
taking
looking for.
to take over.
Suppressed. They've succumbed to white supremacy, and
Mhm.
now that's all they follow. Then I don't really think we would care. We would just say, "Oh,
Yeah, but the
that's what's
question.
going on in Nigeria." It's the same thing with Boko Haram. We don't really know what Boko Haram was. We just
Right.
know somebody told us Boko Haram is doing some bullshit in Nigeria, and we said, "Oh, is that what's going on? Okay, cool." And we went. I went to work the next day. Jenny, you went to work the next day.
Yeah.
Ryder Jacob went and made his money the next day. We didn't really care. I hate to say it, and but in a way, we don't
Just
really.
trying to understand this question, though, boy.
I get
Uh,
his question, but
maybe I'm.
I'll tell you this. I do
Yeah.
care about what's going on in Nigeria only because I have personal relationships and I have the experiences over there. So I have friends who I consider friends over there. And I always say, man, white supremacy, it's a club. It accepts black people, Mexicans, it accepts a lot of people into it. A white face will always be in charge of it, but you can have black people that are white supremacists.
Yeah, but believe in white supremacy. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They have
and
faith in
participate in
whiteness.
it. They have faith in
Faith.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, they buy the bleaching cream as well. Some of them bleach their skin.
So to pursue the question, let's say that all night that many Nigerians or over a third of Nigerians decide to become white supremacists, and let's say they become really really rich and they buy up the UK and they dominate every part of the UK.
Yeah.
Is there anything wrong with that?
It's
what's
still white
wrong
supremacy.
with Africans becoming white supremacists and like totally beating at least England and the Europeans and everything, because England has about 2/3 U.S. per capita income. It's a much poorer country than the U.S. It actually is outperformed by African Americans in terms of income.
Brother, hold on. And that white supremacy is already in Nigeria. Those black faces that you see, they are white supremacists.
Let me tell you
by title.
Facts. That's a fact. God, Jacob, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
And let me tell y'all something, man. He is saying, "What if?" Right? That is the key phrase in all of this. He said, "What if? What if?" Let me tell y'all something about what if, guys. What if I had $17,000 million? What if? Like, if we're gonna do what ifs, let's really do that. Thank you. You see what I'm saying? Gotta check it.
Well, Rick, you know they always argue in hypotheticals.
Yeah, so hypotheticals, man. That's why I don't get involved in hypotheticals, because what if? Come on, bro. What if? Like I just said, what if I had $17,000 million?
What
I would
if
be
rich. What if?
I don't even know if that's a number, Janet, but I want it to be. What if I had that number? Like, come on, brother. Like, we don't care about what ifs. That doesn't happen. And you know why that would never happen? Because the UK has commonwealths, and those commonwealths have an alliance with the Queen. Well, actually, the people in power of those commonwealths, they have allegiance to the Queen. So Nigeria taking over England, that's a fucking pipe dream, brother. We have to be honest, man.
What if it's indirect? What if it's economic?
See, you
what
keep
if?
saying
What if?
what if? You keep saying what if?
What if? Where you from, Wanan?
Yeah, where you from?
I live in the States, obviously,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to understand.
Where's your mother from? And then where's your mother from?
He's from What If USA. That's what.
No, I told you before, but I'll tell you.
I know, but you didn't tell IC3 and got a Jacob and the Queen.
I think the guys kind of know. I'm kind of Asian ancestry, but I'm just wondering.
Shit,
hold on,
what you doing up here?
and hold on. The Queen wants to know. Empress Janet, I'm speaking for
biracial, so they love.
Yeah, so Empress Janet want to know, like, what part of Asia is your mother from?
Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi.
Yeah.
That's right.
Chinese, Japanese.
No. It's what IC3 said.
Bangladesh.
Close enough. That general
Pakistan.
South Asia area.
Pakistan.
Yeah, well, now where are they from? And then
that area.
Pakistan.
South Asia.
Yeah,
which
and
part is South Asia? Pakistan?
Yeah, you know I'm done. What country?
Yes, but okay, more than one, but yeah, you could say Indian.
Right. Okay. Mix. Right. Okay. So you're Asian, South Asian mix.
Yeah.
IC4. That's the code.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was.
So what made your
Thanks
parents?
for sharing, though. Thanks for sharing.
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Matter of fact, I have a follow up. I'm sorry, Anan. And then I'm gonna let you get your question out, brother. But I have a follow up question. Like, what brought your did you come to America or did your parents come to America first?
I grew up in the U.S.
Okay, so your parents came here first. Was your parents first generation or did your
my
grandparents?
Parents are first generation. My parents are first generation.
And they came from where?
South Asia. Got it.
And they moved here. Did you ever ask them why? What made them choose?
I know. I mean, America is special, right? There's a reason people come here. Especially back in the old days.
Hold on, because I don't see the specialties.
Well, because
let me know. I don't see the specialties. I don't.
Special.
They don't exist.
Yeah. I don't know.
Explain.
Yeah. So explain. Please explain. I want to know why does the Asian
right? Things in Asia were not good. I mean, Asians used to be at sub-Saharan African levels of per capita income in the 50s and 60s and 70s. So things were not good there. It's only recently changed, very recently, that things are much better. So that's why a lot of people came in part, but also there was other reasons. Freedom, tech. There was Asian countries were a bunch of socialist, really bad socialist places where you couldn't have private sector and business and all of that. Things are changing now. Things have improved a lot.
I love you said business. I love you said business. So your family succeeded in business when they came here, right? Or is it
Yeah, I think
business?
that would be fair to say. But
Yeah.
but I think the same thing can happen in Africa, because Africa might be poor now,
Yeah.
but we already see like hints of it in Botswana and
Like
in
Kenya.
Lagos and some parts of southern Nigeria. Again, I know it's small so far, the pockets of excellence, but I predict that it'll expand. The pockets of excellence will keep expanding and they'll interlink with each other. And my hope is the interlink with ADOS in the US and the interlink with the African diaspora in Brazil and Europe and so on. And I think that will really improve the world.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Oh,
hold on,
brother
hold on.
born.
So you said you are hoping that the Asians that have left Asia will somehow link with ADOS.
No, I was that was not what I was saying this last time. I
Yeah.
was saying I hope that the pockets of excellence in the African continent will link to pockets of excellence in the African diaspora.
What does that have to do with your parents and South
Well, no,
Asia?
because I think the world needs it, because
Yeah,
I
but
think that
what does that have
Europe
to
is
do
falling
with South?
apart.
How does that benefit? Listen, come
Okay,
on, brother.
because
Come on,
Europe's
come on,
falling
brother.
apart
Hey,
and
hey,
we need
listen,
somebody
listen.
else to
Anand,
take.
Anand, Anand. Talk world peace to somebody else, brother.
No,
What?
because
How
I'm a
does
global.
that?
I
How
think a
does that
global.
benefit you and your
Fucking hell.
Asian family
So
if
what I would
black
tell you is
people link up with
that we're
South?
all humans, first of all, and I don't think in terms of that. But what I would say is that we need Africa to rise up and the African diaspora to rise up, because Europe's falling
Who is
apart. We need
we? Who
somebody
is
else
we?
to pick up
And who
the
is
slack.
we?
Slow
Who is
down.
we?
The
Who is
world
we?
needs it. Our species,
And slow down, brother. Who is we? You said we
the
need.
human species needs it. The world needs it.
What about
Hear
white
that?
supremacy? No, no. All right, then here we go. Here we go.
Here we
Because you
go.
keep saying this human race and everybody's on board. No, so you're saying your mother and your father is on board with ADOS and South Africans linking up to go on a global, I don't know, empire type of deal.
Yeah. So no, who is doing what?
Yeah,
I'm getting off.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly. All right,
So
all right.
I would just tell you that I think that everyone else would benefit from it, because
But everybody
because
else is benefiting already. They're feeding off Africa.
well we would
Black people.
well I'm worried
What
about
the hell's
European.
a
I'm
Dinkum?
worried about like the UK is falling apart, that other European countries are falling apart. So we need Africans to step up and take leadership to solve global problems. Just to do R&D to create new technology.
What is that gonna do for your ancestors?
Well, I'll give you an example. We have a problem with global warming, and that will be solved by R&D, right?
What's the R&D?
Research and development and new technologies. So we need Africans to take the lead in solving these problems, including R&D in terms of how to lower pollution, how to increase
So
the
why is the
ratio.
Chinese over there slightly let me ask you this.
Okay,
So,
well, that's the other reason,
yeah.
because China is the CCP, right? Who's going to stop the CCP? Hopefully, the Africans will. I don't know who else will. I mean, the English are going to be.
You don't think white supremacy could stop it?
No. Well, look
You a
look at England.
goddamn lie.
England was in
You a
total
goddamn
collapse.
lie. You're underestimating white supremacy. That's what
Right.
you're doing.
Definitely.
No, I think you're falling into the trap of saying, "Hey, China is doing this and the Chinese is doing that."
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, brother. Maybe because you grew up around Chinese, I grew up around white supremacy. So I think white supremacy is, and my research tells me white supremacy is pretty powerful, and they could bomb the Chinese tomorrow if they wanted to.
Yeah.
I think they won't, because it's beneficial for them not to bomb the Chinese tomorrow. But
Yeah.
I do. I grew up in a system of white supremacy, so I think that shit is dominant. I ain't
I
gonna lie.
think I think China is far is rising far faster. China's going to soon be much bigger and more dominant than the US is. And I think that the rest of the world sees
I
it.
mean, but don't think just about the U.S. because the U.S. has allies. White supremacy has allies. You understand what I'm saying? We don't call them the Europeans for nothing. And you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they rule China
Yeah. So
indirectly.
it's not just America. It's not the United States. You got Canada, and then you got fucking the UK, Germany, France, Switzerland, Ireland, Italy. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, brother. I can
I,
keep
I received I received a military briefing document because because of what I do in I know some people in the military, and they this guy gave me this document, a briefing document, and this is cutting edge. So basically, what's happening is that the white supremacists, they they basically built America, invested in America, and made America the dominant power in the world. But now, recently, what they're doing, they're moving operations to the east. Yeah, they're moving operations. So what they're doing, they are managing the decline of America. They're managing the decline of America and moving operations to the east. They still control the Chinese, because they took out the Chinese ages ago in the Opium Wars. So they've been running that place indirectly for a long time. So these people are globalists. So they can set up, they build up a whole nation, and they can sink a whole nation at will. So they're finished with America. And what they're doing, they're dismantling it, because that America used to have lots of manufacturing. Detroit used to be, a lot of things were built in America. Detroit, cars and so on, lots of manufacturing. America was doing lots of manufacturing, and then somebody moved the manufacturing to the east. Those same people, they moved the manufacturing from America, because America was a powerful manufacturing place, to get all the Chinese to do all the work. Yeah, and now they're moving all other operations in that direction as well, because have you heard of the One Belt One Road? How
No.
China intends to build the One Belt One Road project?
Oh
Have you heard
yeah,
about, anybody
yeah.
heard about that?
I
Yeah,
did.
yeah. So the One Belt One Road project is to build trade routes moving from China through to the Middle East, down to Africa, from Africa moving up through the Middle East to the European. So basic trade routes. And Israel, or yeah, the Middle East, is going to be the central hub. That's the long-term big plan. So they want to create the center of all international commerce in the Middle East. So they use the Americans for military. They're going to use the Chinese for manufacturing. They're using, these people just use nations. They're international bankers, finance wars. You see, and so they're the ones that chose to move manufacturing to China. So they're in complete control of China. Because these people from if you heard of the East India Company, they were the people that were setting up international trade for Britain, working with Britain. Britain gave them the military, but they were international traders. So it's the same system. This is they keep going from generation. They teach their children. They teach the next generation, and hand over the system, the structure, the power, the network. So China is just that they're making, it's the same thing like to illustrate it in a small way. Japan, America beat Japan, and then the Japanese economy boomed. Why? Because they want the Japanese to pay off the war debts. So just because you see Japan rich and doing all this stuff, they lost the war. They lost the war. So when you lose a war, right, you're then owned. You're owned directly and indirectly because you lost the war, and you have to fight and win a war to get out of it, to get out of that dominance. So they beat Japan. And don't worry about Japan making all these guns and cars and Japanese economy. They're just serving what the Americans want. I
And
was
then
working
what
for a
you
Japanese.
doing?
I was working for a Japanese company. I was European product development, and so I used to go to Japan twice. Yeah, I heard about all this stuff before, but because I was working for a Japanese company, I got to see it firsthand. So I was going to Japan twice a year, and I would have to sit in. I was working for Namco. Namco, you know Sega, Namco.
Sega, the video
I know
game
Sega.
That's
console?
right. So I was working for Namco. They're the people that would do most of the games for Sony. So I was working for, I was a representative for the whole of Europe. So I had to do a presentation. Yeah. So yeah. So there was yeah. So I was going to Japan, and I had they didn't want to teach me Japanese because what the people like to do over there, they like to pretend that they don't know English, and so I had a person that was with me all the time that was my translator. And so I'll be talking to the translator, but they could understand what I'm saying, but they're pretending that they can't understand English. So I was talking to the translator, but then hanging about with that translator, I got to learn a lot about Japanese culture and history and what was going on. And you could basically, and even some of the games and you could just tell that they aspired to whiteness. You could see white power. And even after the conference, when going back to the hotel, went out the bar, checked walk at night time. I went to the bars. Some of these are all American soldiers. All the people I met there were American military and American corporates in the bars, running. They were just running everything. And the only two types of people: the military and the corporations, American corporations. They were there. All the staff were there. The people were, as I was floating around. You could see the power. You could see the way the Americans are carrying themselves, man. They're just like, this is a garden. No.
Interesting.
Huh?
Interesting.
Pardon?
Interesting. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you see it. You see it. They lost the war. Japan lost the war. So anything that's going on in Japan is what the Americans are allowing them to do. They're allowing them to work and make money, produce goods, and serve us indirectly. When you win the war, you have power, and they just hide behind the power. They hide behind. So the same thing happened in China, the Opium Wars, way back. You've got to understand finance. Finance is the invisible hand. The invisible hand of finance. You see, when you have war, you have two armies fighting, and all you need to do is finance one side a bit more so that they can pay the soldiers, and then that you can win the war depending on who you're financing. But the people don't see the finance. They don't see how banking operates in war. All they see is bullets and bombs flying. They don't know how the money's moving. Who's paying the soldiers? Who's financing the economy to keep the factories going, to manufacture tanks, bullets, and everything else? It has to be manufactured. There's a whole economy. War is an economy. Food has to come in. From where? So you're fighting a war. Where are you going to get your food from? Are you growing all your food or are you importing? Where are you going to get the metal from to make your guns and your bullets and your tanks? Are you importing it? Whose ships are you taking it on? It's the banks. They run it. They run everything. The banks. Merchant class is the power. And the true merchant, the true banker, the pure banking purist has to be completely detached from the things he or she is trading in. They have to remain detached in order to let things flow through the trading routes. Just take their little tax, take their little share and let the rest go. You want to pass this through here? Right, yeah, we'll just take a little piece, pay us a little bit, and then, yep, we'll ship it for you, or we'll allow you to go through. Keep the goods flowing. And we just cream off the top, but let the flow, let the business flow. And we just take our share.
Talk to them. Teach them, IC3.
That's how it goes. So the only way, you can't stop the bankers. All you can do is regulate them, and the only way to regulate them is that you have to have national sovereignty. You have to have borders, and say and control your people, your nation. You have to do that. The bankers, the traders will work to try and destroy all borders, because borders mean checkpoints. They like to trade and move where they want, when they want, how they want, at any pace. But when you have nations with borders and sovereign checkpoints, they'll say, okay, we'll accept those goods coming through our land, but we won't accept that other stuff. We'll accept those standards, but we won't accept these standards. So therefore, the flow of goods is hampered. But you need the hampering of goods in order to conserve the rights of people, nations, and states.
Okay. Cooking the day, man. You cooking the day. So
I mean, just like if you have your house on on a street, yeah. When you come out of your house or you come out of your apartment, yeah, there's communal routeways, yeah. So you pass through, your goods pass through, you pass through the road, you use the road. Other people with other houses, they live on the other side of the road and they're still using the road. Yeah, but they still have their sovereign entity. They have their sovereign house and home, and they manage what takes place within that space that's theirs. So a house, a home, is just like a nation. It's just like a community, a family. It's the same
great
thing.
analogy.
It's
Great
scalable.
analogy.
Pardon?
I said great analogy. I like the way you set that up.
Yeah, it's scalable. So if you as a sovereign individual, you like to think, well, I'm sovereign. If you're a sovereign individual and you have your own mind, then you do what you want to do, and you'll say what you want to say. But even though you're sovereign and you have control of your own mind and your own mouth, you will still regulate what you say, because
Right.
you recognize other sovereign entities around.
Mm.
Yeah, but you're still sovereign. So just because you're sovereign doesn't mean that you just start just say everything you want. No, you regulate yourself in respect for yourself, and because you respect yourself, you
Yeah.
can respect other sovereign entities. So you do deals with other sovereigns.
Mm.
So it's the same principle applies to nations. The sovereign nations will do deals with other sovereign nations, make agreements.
Mm. Mm.
So it's
Mm.
your family or your community. If you can identify your community is operating in a sovereign way or society, you can then do deals with other communities.
Mm. So
But
let
if
me
you
ask
can't
you this, IC3. Let me ask you this, IC3. Should we continue to ask for a seat at the table?
ask for a seat at the table,
Yes. Or fight for a seat at the table? Is a seat at the table beneficial for us?
yes,
Mm.
a sovereign entity enters the conference room or enters the business table, and there are other sovereign entities sitting around that table. There are other sovereign people sitting around that table. So
Are
you've
they?
got to get into that room.
Are they? Is it? Is it? I don't know what the room of white supremacy looks like. IC3. So you're telling me once I get inside of that small white supremacist room, that is sovereign nations inside of that white supremacist room?
Yes, because although the room is white, it's all full of the room is a system of white supremacy. Yes, but they have fights amongst themselves. Yeah, so they all sat around the table, just like when they sat around the table for the Berlin Conference or whatever. I think it's called the Berlin Conference, and they sat around the table deciding how they're going to carve up Africa. There's no black people there. It's all white people sat around the table discussing and arguing and fighting amongst themselves about how they're going to carve up Africa.
Well, so let me ask you this: if it was no black people at that table then, what makes you think it's gonna be black people at that table now?
Because the black people, if they organize themselves, which they will, then they'll be able to wield power. And then in the in the in the accumulation of power, right? Then those white supremacists will be begging either to have a black representative come to talk to them, come to their table and discuss with them, or they'll be trying to come to the black table. So we'll be to, so it's all about tables because the
Okay,
power.
I like that. I
Yeah,
like that. Let me
yeah.
ask Gotta Jacob. Talk to me, Gotta Jacob. I mean, do you think we should stop asking
But
or
there's no we
stop
yet.
expiring?
There's
Stop it.
no we. There is no black nation that has to be constructed. Then you
Well,
can talk
even
about
if I
we.
say ADOS, I know something Gotta Jacob will relate to. Should
Oh, you
ADOS
ADOS is the we.
I would just say we need a seat at the table, but it's for strategic matters only. When we get in the room, we should be scoping the room out because a lot of our stuff failed. A lot of our political movements and pushes and what have you have failed because somebody had a seat at our table.
Yeah.
They scoped the room out. They saw how
Yes.
the game was played, and they
Yep.
run that shit down.
That's
So
right.
we need a seat at the table to scope it out, see
Yep.
what's going on, and
Yep.
filter information down. Information is up and down. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if not for that purpose, or somebody said, "Oh, we don't need this, so that's big and that's that," people don't know how to fight war. They know how to fight war as John Wayne and
Yeah.
Rambo and all that shit. But war is fought in boardrooms, in meeting rooms. It starts
Exactly.
there. So if you
Yes.
don't have the seat at the table, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. It ain't cooning, it's being smart. You better
Yes.
know what's going on, know what these people are talking about, and
Yeah.
filter it down as fast as you can so the
Yes.
commanders at the next level, like IC3, can take that information, form a game plan,
Yeah.
offensive and defensive, and go to work. They do that to us every era. Every time we stand up a so-called leader, they have a seat at our table. He might have a black face, but
I
he's in
agree.
that seat.
I agree,
Yes.
brother Jacob. But let me ask you this: do we have a historic president or a historic foundation that we can build upon? Have we ever
Uh,
seen this before?
if we have one, then we have failed already. Because any society that's made public is already going to fail. We run our goddamn mouths too much. White people work in secrecy. They
Yeah.
know how to shut their goddamn mouths and smile in your face and then go back in their society and work on how to fuck you up. We
Yeah.
just talk too damn much.
Yeah.
So
But
if
you
it is,
see, you
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, you look, you black Americans have already done it. You had it. You built cities. You had towns. You've already done it. You have the model. The only thing wrong, only one thing wrong. The black Americans have done it already. Is that you were on your own. So you got surrounded. You got surrounded and strangled. It's because you were black Americans were on your own against a system of white supremacy. So you succeeded, but you have the model. You already know how to do it. You've done it. You know how to keep secrets. You know how to manage yourselves. You know how to manufacture. You know everything. But the only thing was that, see, so ADOS is going down that headed down the same route. You keep you. That's the only thing. You got to have an international. You've got to be part of an international black organization. The, 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 the black Americans know how to do it. They've done it already many times before, but they keep crashing, not because they're failing as internally. It's because that the white supremacists have come from the outside. See, it's isolation. It's like if you're working, if you're
Big
in a
facts.
company, right? If you're working in a company and you're the only black person there, I mean, this happens lots of time. This token black person is so brilliant, but that what they do is they let in that token black person or token mixed race person, the token darkie, but they don't want too many of them because they need to surround you. They need to keep control, so they've
Mm.
got to encircle the darkie, encircle. So they did it. They do it with the individuals, blacks and mixed race people. They encircle the darkie, yeah. But it's scalable from the individual. They'll encircle a community, a black community, so that they make sure the black community can only go so far because they encircle. It's called encirclement. Encirclement. Yeah, black
Encirclement.
society encirclement. So whenever the black Americans get left alone, they will sort themselves out. So the white supremacists have learned the lesson. Do not leave the black people alone. Make sure you
Facts.
encircle them because
Facts.
when you give them a chance, you said they're dogs, they're animals, they're nothing. They're just slaves. We don't want to see a black people in our area. Give them their own. Get out.
Absolutely. And
Get
that's
out. We don't want you around here.
and that's
You're
what the
nothing.
system of white supremacy been doing.
Yeah. And
In
so when they kicked all the black people
circleism.
out,
They've been doing encirclism on
yes,
us
they
forever.
have to
And
because
sometimes guess what I may call it, IC3? Over policing. Right?
yes,
What is
that's
over
right.
policing?
Correct.
Encirclement.
Correct.
Encirclement.
Yes.
If they just encircle you, it doesn't look like fucking over policing. It looks like we are in the community where the criminals are.
Yeah.
These numbers tell us that these where the criminals are. And if I'm living by a quota, right, it's in my benefit to encircle you niggas.
Correct.
It's in my benefit. I have a
Yeah.
quota to hit. I
Yeah.
can't get speeding tickets. I can get speeding tickets in the suburbs, but I can't get hardcore arrest. If I'm responsible for, I don't know, 12 arrests a month, what the fuck you think I'm going to get those 12 arrests at?
There you go. Yeah.
I am going to the community that we encircle.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah. So ADOS is just the modern version of the old model that worked before. Tulsa, Oklahoma, all these other famous black organizations, black
Yeah. Liberty
operations.
City,
Yeah.
all of those. All of those.
Yeah. So you Americans have done it over and over and over
Absolutely.
again.
Even here in Nashville, we done
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. So everybody knows about the black Americans, how they can do things. But everybody knows that they always end up getting encircled and then sunk.
Facts.
It's a standard model. It keeps happening over and over and over again. So obviously, you're going to have to team up with external forces. And the same thing happens. You might get black people in the Caribbean, black people in Africa, black people in Europe. We have to start doing the encircling now. What? I mean, I was on a Discord, having a discussion on Discord earlier on today, and I was presenting the reparations plan, and one of the brothers there said, his father was stitched up for, they stitched him up saying he was dealing crack cocaine, and he's in prison for 46 years.
God damn.
And so he says, so he says, how can your reparations plan deal with that? I said, whoa, you see, once your father, who's in prison, becomes a member of the black state, the black nation, whilst he's in prison, then the black nation, the black entity, then declares that your father in prison a member of the black nation, and we can grant him diplomatic status. You can say he's an ambassador. So what? You're imprisoning ambassadors of the black nation? Release him immediately. What do you mean release him? He is a member of our nation, our state. He's a diplomat. Release him. He has diplomatic status. What do you mean? We're not releasing him. Okay. We're going to have to start imposing sanctions. We're going to send a report back to central office, and that one person in that one state, in that one prison, you mess with him or her, and you're insulting all. You're insulting the black people in the Caribbean. You're insulting the black people in Africa. You're insulting the black people, all of us. And then we're going to start applying sanctions. Now, if you want to start upsetting black people all around the world, all at the same time, you see, that's leverage. And it's important because guns and bombs won't do. You know, the military, they say, oh, we've got to win hearts and minds. We're in Afghanistan. We've got to win the hearts and minds of the Afghan people. Propaganda. The military operates through propaganda. It's only the muscle comes afterwards. But the point, the edge of the blade The point of the blade is propaganda.
Facts. That's a fact.
And if you lose the propaganda war, you lose everything because
It's lost.
yeah, because what happens is all those soldiers, all those military people, they have families. They're paying taxes. So anyway, they get involved in any bloodshed and lives are lost, and the propaganda gets home that you're fighting wars and wasting the lives of the soldiers, then all your backing starts to go.
And exactly. And we don't have any black propaganda machines.
Exactly.
We
So you
don't.
have to
That
construct
is
it.
the arm of white supremacy.
Correct.
One of the arms of white supremacy, and it's a powerful arm of white supremacy. It's the media, the propaganda, the
Yes.
shit you look at when you pick up your phone.
Exactly. That's the
All of
power.
that shit, man.
That
It's the
is where the
power.
power is. Don't worry about the guns, the bombs, the plane. It's the propaganda. The propaganda decides which way the guns are pointing,
Fact.
where the planes are flying, where the bombs are dropped, when the guns are fired, who the guns are fired at. The propaganda.
Fact. That is a fucking fact. Y'all hit that like button, man.
Well, I'm going to get out of here. It's been a pleasure.
Oh my gosh,
Appreciate
thank
you.
you. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Janet.
And
You
you
have
said you're
any
mixed race, is that right, Janet?
Yes.
Yes. So don't forget, this operation means that that black half of you is an asset class. Blackness is an
Okay.
asset.
All right. Remember that when I'm asking for help. Okay.
Of course.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
You know we
Good
got
night.
you, Janet.
Thank you, darling.
Salute,
Blessings.
salute, salute, bro. Salute to Janet, man.
So,
The
so
black
you all get,
side is gonna get you in there. Got a Jacob, is that you, brother?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, man.
so all you people talking ADOS and the foundational Black Americans, you've got to convince the foundational Black Americans and you've got to convince ADOS that the Americans don't try and do it alone. You've done that time and time and
Yeah,
time again.
but we have to just figure it out, man. It's no
You
help.
already figured
It's
it
no
out.
help. Give me an example. Hold on, IC3. Give me an example. You said the Americans keep trying and trying and trying again. Give me an example of, I don't know, a Caribbean country, or like give me a black counterpart that keeps continuing to try to get the shit right. That's what I want
There's
to.
black people in the Caribbean, black
Mhm.
organizations, black people in the Caribbean, black people in Africa. They're all separated. You know this.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
hear
but
this
those are
conversation
like
all the
ghosts.
time.
But
There's black people
IC3,
all over the world
IC3,
doing things, and they keep what they say.
IC3.
We're not united. We're not united. We're not united. We're not
So
united. It's
when are
all you
we
keep
gonna
hearing.
unite? IC3. When are we gonna unite? Like what? Why can't you give me
They
a
keep saying
specific?
that
Give me a
over and
website.
over
Give me
again.
a website, or give me some brothers that I can literally reach out to, brother. Don't tell me that shit is going on in Africa and shit is going on in the Caribbean. Give me something more specific. Just like you can live in London and say shit is going on in America. And they like, yeah, brother.
Yeah,
What do
yeah,
you mean?
but all this stuff going on, they're all little pockets. There's no global vision. So the
How do we
American
achieve
blacks
that?
are doing
How
what
do
they
we
can.
achieve that?
The Caribbean blacks are doing what they can. The Africans are doing what they can. But there's no model. There's no model to organize all the black people. Nobody's thinking like that.
I agree. I agree with that.
So
And I
all
wouldn't
all
say
you
nobody's thinking like that. I think I agree with that. I just don't think no one has been successful at putting that together. Now, white supremacy could be a reason for that. I see three. White supremacy could be the reason that I am not, that it's not some Jamaican brothers that's doing the same thing that I'm doing and I'm connected with them. I do
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
admit that.
because the connection, look at
Hey,
this.
real quick, IC3. Who is that? S. Getty?
It's me, cuz. It's me, cuz.
All right, I got you, brother. All right, go ahead, IC3.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
look
Uncle.
at this. You recognize this?
Hold on, I got you. I don't know. What is that? A USB shit? What's that? USB
Right.
port?
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a link. Link up.
yeah. That's for charging the phone. Yeah. So USB. So you have to. We got to create a black USB. Do you understand? So that means you got to have a standard, a code that applies the same in America, Caribbean, Africa, and all those places. You've got to have a link up code.
What
So
is
you
it?
can't
What is
have
the
you can't have
commonality?
ADOS over there and then
I see
FBA
three.
over
I see
there.
three. I see three. What's the commonality, Uncle? You know, black
Hell
people
yes
know the commonality.
to
What's the
unity and hell
commonality?
no to white supremacy.
Huh?
What's the commonality, IC3? You know, black people need a commonality, right? We fuck with each other because we're black, right? Then I can look at my skin and say, okay, I'm black. I am considered black. You're considered black. That's the commonality. But now, if we want to break that shit down and the Caribbeans want to link up with the ADOS want to link up with Africans, what is the commonality, IC3? Besides skin tone, brother. Or
Brother,
as
can you give me
Getty,
1 minute?
as
Because I
Getty,
gotta leave. Can I just
as
bring one
Getty, as
statement?
Getty. Hold on, as Getty. Yeah, as Getty. I don't care if you gotta leave, brother. But if you got something to say, go ahead. Now, I'm asking you a question. What is the what's the commonality? Not because we black. What else can we build upon besides
First of all,
being
I think we should find our true identity, which we know what happened on Jedi Show a couple of days ago. We had this races on.
Yeah, I
We
don't
were
know.
like,
These people
we
don't
were,
know. These people
uh,
don't know as Getty. They don't know
basically, that was the image of white supremacy, right? And we should all think like,
what
this is
happened.
what
You gotta tell us what happened because people
there
don't
was
know.
a races on, and then I saw basically all the people from London uniting, right? And you had even uh, people
Yeah,
like
let's don't
Raj
say
and
no names. Let's don't say no names. We don't have to
all
say.
right. You had everybody understanding what this guy was saying, right? And he was clearly saying to people, I want you out of my country, right? But nobody was asking him the question as he representing the white supremacy. What are you willing to do for us to leave your country, right? So they have to put in work as well. You get me? You can't just be talking and saying we want these niggas out of our countries. What are they willing to do? I'm not saying anything fucked up,
Let me ask
but
you this, Asgetty. Let me ask you this, Asgetty. Why are you mad
mm,
that the originators or the original people of that country want you out of their country? Why are you mad?
this is my country, bro. My people
How
built
is
this
it
country,
yours?
funded. I'll tell you now, my people built this country, and I'm not saying as an African. Forget about me being Somali, right? Through
Yeah.
slavery, through colonization, of robbing our resources and building this economy system, and building the concrete. Everything comes from us, black people. There's nothing they can say. Even the nuclear weapons, the weapon system, everything has come from us somehow. There's nothing they have built by themselves. So it's only a matter of time understanding, you know what? These people are actually playing game with us now. This is actually serious now. Are we
Yeah.
going to carry on generation and
Let me
generation, our
ask you.
children
No,
suffering the
I
same
got
shit?
you. I got you, Asgetty. I got you. Got a Jacob. You there, brother? Got a Jacob.
Yeah,
Let
I'm
me ask
listening.
you this, man. Let me ask you this, Got a Jacob. Like, what is? I mean, hold on. Let me figure out how to ask this. If you and your ancestors built the country, right? Why would you tell other people to leave the country knowing that people tell you to leave the country? If that makes sense, brother.
You said, why would I tell other people to leave the country if I built it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You built the country and people were telling you to leave the country, and now you find yourself telling other people to leave the country.
That shit don't even sound right to me.
Mm.
Um, I'm looking at as Getty's scenario, the one he just put out there when he said We built the country, this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
See, for us, it's kind of different, and I'm looking at it from my purview, i.e., as ADOS or Black Americans, whatever you want to call us, we have nowhere to go. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to stand on our ones and twos and just fight the shit out, win, lose, or draw. Whereas as Getty is positioning himself as he built the country under blackness, right? But did his people actually build that country under blackness? I mean, as a Somali or whatever he is. No, we have to point and drill down. Does he really have the right to say, get out of my country under African, under that banner? I say no. I say the Windrush generation, they can pose that shit because they actually have blood equity and sweat equity in London, if you will. So, but it's convenient when people flatten blackness where it, suits them, and then 2 weeks later say I ain't black and say all kinds of shit. So we really have to credit or identify those people who actually built it, whereby they can actually make that case as we built the country. You get what I'm saying?
So, from your outside perspective of the UK, who do you think helped build the country or had the most influence on the country?
Well, I think white people built that country,
Yeah.
and then and the Windrush generation was brought back in to revitalize it and rebuild it.
Absolutely. Yes.
After it was destroyed during wars. So
Yeah.
the Caribbean nations actually have a stake, blood
In
equity,
there. In
sweat
there.
equity in UK. So they have a more of a claim to say this is my country because they opened the doors for everybody else to come by 50 years later and say we built that country. And one thing we have to understand is that these European nations, they didn't really, I mean, yeah, it was some incidents, but some of those African leaders negotiated their resources away. They bought into capitalism
I
and
agree.
participated in their own demise. So
I
you just
agree.
can't look at it from one way and say they came in and took our country. No, leadership in your own country negotiated a bad deal, right?
It
So
was fuck the
some
white
people,
man, until the price was right.
right.
We
So
gotta be honest, right?
right, this narrative of they came in and took it and left us. No, you had leadership in there that bought into capitalism, signed some treaties and bad deals, and now the white man played played a game with your ass that you lost. Now there has been some instances where they came in there and strong armed you niggas, but for the most part, you negotiated in bad, with a person you didn't know none of. See, Black Americans, we know about this white man. We
Facts.
know all about him.
Facts. Facts. We
You
gonna make
niggas
some
went,
people gonna make deals. We know niggas
yeah,
is gonna make deals with them. Then niggas is
mm-hmm.
gonna negotiate with them. Niggas is gonna hobnob with them. And guess what? We don't
Oh
have
yeah,
nowhere to run to.
we gotta stand there and swing that shit out.
You understand that, as Getty?
Yes, brother.
We
Can you
don't
give me a
have
minute to
nowhere
reply
to
as well?
run to, brother.
Quick reply.
Nowhere to run to. Nobody can say, Born Rich, get the fuck, go home.
I
Tennessee
fully
is
understand
my
that.
home.
And
Go ahead.
with me, yeah, I'll be honest with you guys, yeah. You do know more about the white man than me. I'm just a student teaching, learning more about this situation, right? But one thing I do know is that we need to free ourselves. Me, myself, speaking for African person, right? As forget about Jamaica and anyone else, we need to be free from these people, right? Because these people have never been any good for us. They're still making our children starve to death. And we the image of fucking everything that's disgusting around the world, And until everybody fight their own different fight from the corner, but we understand that we have a joint fight in different ways. This is where I believe real true freedom will come from.
Yeah, I agree. But I do want my Somali brothers to know you're dealing with that white man. He don't give a fuck. He's never
Like, bro, I'll be honest. Look, you guys do know more about the white man than us, and it's only
absolutely.
as one of your brothers, you have to teach us more about the identity, right? But as me, as a quick teacher, I've learned a lot, right? And I've learned so much that I don't really need to learn no more, right? there is no excuse for this position we put in as people, right? As a race, there is no excuse that can come with any day of the year, generation from now. They will never have excuse for why we in this position we're in. And I'm speaking of for majority of all of us. Everybody could have their own point, but we are suffering for the only reason of our color of our skin, and this is why I see this.
I agree. I agree. I think my Somali brothers should just say they're black, right? We black. We trying to rock this black thing, and let's rock it. There's no reason to say, man, I'm not really black, man. I'm Somali. Well, okay. What's happening in Somalia? That's what we can't do, man. We're going to have to identify on something and agree on something. It's just period. Period. I say black. That's what I say. We black, man.
No, black is not good enough. It's not tight enough because the word black and the word African has been compromised. Because the word black, it means so many different things to different people. There's politically black. So they can say, well, other non-white people can say, oh, I'm black. The Asians, the Chinese, everybody says, yeah, as long as you're not white, you're black. You're claiming to be black.
Yeah.
It's not precise.
So what are you saying?
When you're dealing with white supremacy, you have to be precise.
What are you saying? IC3?
Yes.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Look.
IC3, stop. Come on, stop it.
See, a plug. See. Yeah.
Yeah.
To plug in to communicate, you've got to have a code. See.
Yeah.
You got to have a code. Yeah. When you've got a code, you plug in and then you get unity. That's how you get unity, by having a common code. You can plug in. You can communicate. You can work together. You can link together. But you've got to have a standard code. So all you need to have is IC3 ADOS, IC3 Foundational Black Americans, IC3 Caribbean Union, IC3. You just got to take it as a code. So it may sound like, well, just taking a code. What use is that? We've got to do things. We've got to do. No, it starts in the mind. Look how white supremacy works. When you build a system, you can relax, and the system does the work. You build tools. That's why they say primitive. Primitive people, they don't know how to use tools. Or they have this is one simple tool.
Yeah.
Primitive. Got to be sophisticated tools. You build a system, and then the system will carry you. You can run so far, but these people make cars. They make planes. What does it take to build an aircraft? Think about the management. The building of an aircraft, the building of a ship, right? What is it? It's social engineering. To build a plane, to build a ship, it's social engineering. And then people are going to start saying, we're talking about social engineering. Listen, if those workers fall out and start arguing and don't get on with the job, that ship doesn't get built. If people are having marriage problems in the middle of the building of the plane, then that plane's not going to be built properly, and then it's going to crash and kill hundreds of people, or maybe thousands, if it crashes into a building. Discipline. Listen, keep your family business outside the factory. We're coming in here. This is an aircraft factory. Can't have any foolishness in here. Shut your mouth. Get over there. That's your department. What are you doing over here? Where's your uniform? Where's your helmet? Order, tight order.
I see
Because
free. I think the best weapon they ever built was passing on to the grandchildren this confusement of never understanding what the black man struggle is, And this is the best weapon of white supremacy, I'll be honest, because you can have these
yes,
talks with them over and over again, but they will never understand. So this is the best present their grandparents passed on to them, this weapon of white supremacy to keep this going forever.
that's right. So it's a system. So the system is passed on from generation to generation. It's an order. This is how this works. This is what you do here. When you're speaking to a darkie, when you're speaking to an African, now look, they'll have, look, I just got this, you lot have all read this before. Yeah. I just got this today. This came in. Confession. How, yeah. The new confessions of economic how America really took over the world, by John Perkins. So it's how it's how but so when it says confessions of an economic hitman, right? I'm looking at reading it from the white supremacist perspective. See, they're just saying it's an economic hitman, but when it says America took over the world, I'm looking at, well, how do the white supremacists operate? You see, I'm learning how they operate.
How did they
Economics.
operate? Because they operated within the confines of white supremacy, and we know white supremacy, in a sense, is make up the rules as we go.
Yeah.
We'll just make the rules up as we go. So,
See, the first few pages, I haven't even read the book yet. Just the first few pages, I'm reading it through. That these students, he was a student, right? The guy who wrote this book, who became an economic hitman. I was thinking to myself, why is he confessing? He was an economic hitman, and he's confessing. Now, what's the confessing? The reason he's confessing, right? Because he believed in the United States, and so he didn't mind being a hitman and taking out other nations and other places for America. See? But now, because now he says America has been hit.
right.
America's been hit. So now he's revealing everything now because he's getting he's suffering the same stuff that he was putting on other people. So when he had America behind him beating up everybody else, now the white supremacists have moved, and now they're just dismantling America. It's called managed decline. Their management decline of America, and now they're moving over to operate in the East. So now he's coming out screaming, because he's worried about his kids, his family, the future. Because America, the future of America was so bright. So he was beating up everybody else, all the other nations, and getting other black people assassinated. But now America is sinking down. He's coming out with all the information. So I've only just read a few pages, but it's interesting. He said he's a young student, him and his girlfriend, and they thought, we're anti-war, so we're gonna go to some other country where the darkies are and help them, with some charity mission. I'm learning how they condition these young white people and get them into the system. So what I'm gathering, I haven't read the whole book yet. The first few pages, that young white people, they come out of college and they want to do something good in the world, and so they go off and work for a charity, and then go fly off to somewhere where the darkies, the third world, are suffering, and then
Exactly.
Yeah. And so, but
You're
when they
spot on,
get,
uncle. Sorry. You're spot on, definitely.
yeah, so these students, these white students, come out of college and they want to do something good in the world, and war is bad, and so they so they go traveling the world to see how the darkies are living in horror and poverty, I know, and he's talking about that when he's flying in, he's looking out and saying, "Jesus, do people live here? Look at these black people. Look how they live. Look at wow, because obviously they're flying from from America, so they land here so they think, oh, we've got to do some charitable work, help these darkies, you know. But when they land, they're staying in a nice hotel. So the charity is working from that nice, that nice place. So in that hotel where they've just landed, they notice that there's a white man um, who's looking at them, and then and obviously the white man says to them, he's an older white man, obviously an older white man. He says to them, "Oh, so what are you doing here?" "Oh, well, we just arrived for charity. We can do this and this and this." Then the white man says, "Well, that's very nice." um, I'm working here as an oil company. I work for an oil company, So you're here for charity. I'm here for business. So why don't we have dinner together tonight? So obviously
I
he
see
takes him
free.
up to the yeah.
Uncle, imagine, guess who's the face of some oil, a Somali oil company, a white
Yeah.
man. So this
Of
is the problem,
course.
man. It's a serious
Exactly.
problem.
Yes, exactly. So I'm reading this now. Now I'm finding out how the head of the Somali oil company, how they operate. So the head of this Somali oil company, or the head of this oil company, he gets the white students who come over there for the charity to help out, try and help the darkies. And he invites them for dinner on the top floor, 5-star hotel. And then he then discusses how the oil company, they have their own private airport, right? So they can fly in on a private jet and land on their own private runway. So they don't have to pass through customs and so on and so on. But they got that land as they got permission for that land from the government. Why? Because
Fact.
the corporation is paying the government. So the government gives them land, and then that land somewhere deep in the forest or wherever, where other people don't go, there's an airstrip. So these people are flying, going, and there's no passports, nothing, because they got their own private planes, they got their own, and they're mining for gold or mining for oil, and
And this
and
is
then
what's going on in
they need to
Somalia at the moment
exactly.
because
That's
they
what they
just
do in
built the
North.
military base as well. They just built the
Yes,
military base
yes. So
to
I'm
defend
learning all
themselves.
this. That's why I'm reading this book, to learn exactly how they're doing that in Somalia, because it's the same model they're using worldwide. So you're telling me, in reality, yeah. But I'm just reading about it, and how it works. And so what happens is they start telling these young people that have good intentions about how things really work. And he's saying that he was told, this old man was telling him that they have their private jets that are coming and going, prospecting for oil, and what the investors um are paying big money to pay off people in the government, so that the people can come back and forth, and as they start prospecting and they find oil or find whatever minerals that they want, they write reports. So I underline that point. The whole thing, I'm watching how it comes step by step. It's the report. When that report is written, it goes back to head office, right? And then that report gets some top salespeople of reading from that report and saying to the investors, hey, look, we've got this report. We found resources here and here and here and here. Invest. So all the money comes in, more money comes in. And then they use that to start paying off more members of the government. And then, what he says, eventually, they just own the military. They own the police, they own the court system, they own everything. But none of the people know. So Somalia could be completely controlled, owned, but the people wouldn't know. So you can see how. So I'm learning exactly how they operate from behind the scenes. So because they're paying the state, because don't forget they've written the report that there's oil in the ground or that there's so and so there's resources here. They write that report. It goes back to central office. Central office then tells the investors in the market, hey, look, oil has been found in Somalia. Oil has been found in this place. Invest. So all that power starts coming in. All that finance
So,
starts
uncle,
piling
uncle,
up.
just quick question, brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do they keep the same face of saying we're not racist? We are for everybody. We for all rights. We are for this and that. We this and that. You know. And when Black Lives Matter stand up, they're actually the one taking the knee. So how do they keep getting away with the image of saying we are not racist? We are good people while they're
Yeah,
doing all
because
of this shit to people?
I don't fully know, but I'm learning now. That's why I'm studying. That's why I'm reading this stuff to find. Well, how do they actually do it? How is it actually done? And so I'm just learning, how they can they pay. Because I'm thinking, well, how do they do this? How do they do? And now I'm starting to see the model. What happens is they find they send in the prospectors, prospect. Yeah. So it might be just one man or two or three people arrive with their cases. They arrive in the country and say, "We're just looking for oil, or we're just looking for this, or we're looking for some resources." So you're only going to see two or three white people that arrive at this nation. So obviously got the governor and the president of the country, and they're all big, and they say, "Oh, it's just only two or three white people." Yeah. They come, say they want to look for oil. I say, "Oh, it's okay," and they say, "Look, if we find oil, it'll be good for your nation." And so the president will say, "Okay." President of Somalia will say, "Yeah, okay, yeah, go on then. You go with your instruments and go and look for oil, and let us know if you find any." So they go with their instruments because they've got
President
permission.
of Somalia is a U.S. citizen. President of Somalia is a U.S. citizen.
Jesus, see that? But don't forget, they come in just two or three prospectors. They come in and they say, "Can we have permission to look for oil or to look for whatever? Can we have permission?" Then obviously the king or the leader or the president says, "Of course you can. Off you go." And they say, "We're prospecting. Oh, can we set up some tents? Because we found an area over there in Somalia where we think there might be. It looks like the kind of place that could be oil. Can we bring in a few tents and set them up?" And then the chief from Somalia said, "Oh yeah, of course. They're putting a few tents there. Whereabouts is it? Yeah, okay. You can set up some tents there." He said, "Oh, I think we found a bit more stuff. Can we bring in some more equipment? We got tents over there already. Can we bring in some more tents? Can we build a little compound?" Say, "Oh yeah, go on then. Build a compound. Do some more research." So now it's a compound. Can we bring in some more stuff because we need somebody? We need a few engineers. We need
But
some more
uncle,
heavy machinery.
isn't this
So
the
all
same
these
tactic?
Russians, they bring in. So can we ship in some tractors, some drilling equipment? Is that okay? Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Shipping some more engineers, shipping some more drilling. Can we expand the compound? Can we expand so as it's starting to grow? Yeah, as it's starting to grow, more and more investments coming in. People pouring money. The investors are pouring in. Yeah, I think oil has been found. And then as the money starts coming in, then they start expanding and taking control of a certain area. You see, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But all of this, the ordinary Somali people wouldn't know. You know what's going on because you're not going over there. You haven't got permission to go there where they're drilling. The only time you find that they're drilling is when it's a big, massive operation. But while they're just doing their prospecting, you don't know what conversations are taking place.
Uncle, let me address that because I think I do understand the system they're doing, right? And this is the same system they started with slavery, where they went to the king of Ghana, asked him for a bit of land. Before you knew it, they built Almina
Yes,
Castle. Before you knew
there
it,
you
they
go.
start
That's
making
right. You
deals with
got
the
it.
black man.
Yes.
So how come they keep getting away with this system? Because they've done it in
Because
the
it
past
works.
400 years, and it's still the system. So this is the system of white supremacy, basically.
Yes.
So we should
That's
all
right.
understand that these
Yes.
people, they act nice, they come around you, act like they're there
Yes.
to help you, and
Yes.
you show them humanity, and they fuck you up.
That's right. Because they have the investors back home. The investors are behind it. See, so just the same thing with the priests. The priests come in, but the priests come in with the traders, or the priests come in. Well, I don't know which would come first, the traders or the priests. I think the traders come first because so traders will arrive and they say, "Oh, we've got this stuff. What have you got?" And then they say, "Oh, yeah, what do you think of this? Is this any use?" Yeah, okay, we'll give you 3 of these and you give us 2 of those. And then the trade starts coming, the trade. And then then the price, the exchange rate has to be manipulated. So I suppose that's when the priest comes in, or maybe even the priest comes in. But do you think the priest could come first? I'm not too sure. I have to look into that. But I think traders first, because if you just have a priest just turn up out of nowhere, why should they believe in him? Why should they accept the new religion? Why should they see any value in the new religion? Obviously, um, when the traders come in, they can say, "Well, your society is allowing you to produce this. These things are products of your society." Then you can say, if you accept the values of our society, you too can produce these products and many more. So how do you accept the values of our society so that you can produce? Well, you're going to have to start believing in this. You're going to have to stop doing that and start doing this. You're going to have to stop singing that and start reading this. Yeah. So these are the habits and culture that is necessary. And that's what the IMF do. The IMF will say, well, we're willing to lend you this, and we're willing to lend you that, but you're going to have to come up to human rights. If your human rights are not up to standard, I'm afraid we're going to have to sanction you. Human rights. But wait a minute. Who decides what is human and what are rights? That's a matter of culture. So human rights are perceived differently based on people's culture, habits, and traditions.
And color of their skin. Because
There
I'll
you
be
go.
honest with you, I see free. Look at the Arabs, yeah. They got minerals and they're filthy rich. The only reason we in this position is because of the color of our skin and this white
Exactly.
supremacy. And no
Yes.
disrespect, because of slavery, because they fought, they won against us. But these people only been great for 400 years. We've been great for thousands and thousands of years. And we
That's
need
right.
to start thinking like that as well, you know?
Yeah.
And we need to understand that we have all a common fight, yeah? That we want to free the world from injustice, innit? Because you can't
So
just kick back and see injustice being done for people against the color of the race of the skin. Or me and you, when we talk about it, straight away, the children of these people wants to label you a racist. You have no
yeah.
rights to talk about your own race, you know? Because when it comes to you, you should talk about all races, all life matter, you
Yeah,
know?
that's right. Yeah.
And that's the message. This is the best weapon the white supremacy passed on to the children.
Yes. So the construct of race and black.
And on that
So
note, Uncle, I'm gonna kick in the back chat. I really enjoy listening to you. If I could show my face, I would salute you as a soldier. And the fight carries on. Remember this: you got African lions standing with you, real lions.
good. Don't worry, we're gonna have this sorted. Because 2024 2024 marks the end of the United Nations decade of people of African descent. Look, you can just type that in. Decade of people of African descent. The United Nations. So I mean, this is subtle. I mean, you're going to start thinking I'm a conspiracy theorist, but type in decade of African descent. So it ends in 2024. But when you look at that logo, it says it marks the end of the decade of people of African descent. And I look at the logo, and it looks like a spiral of a whirlpool. You know when a whirlpool goes down, it spins down, you can sink down. It's descent, sink. So somehow I have the impression that they are planning to. They think they're going to have Africa wrapped up by 2024. Some aspect of Africa, I don't know what they're planning, but they like to tell you what they're doing straight in your face, but you don't know what they're doing. Because they're kind of they're like taking the piss out of you. You know, they say, "I'm going to shoot you in the head," but they're serious. But you think it's a joke. Or I'm gonna rob you of everything, and you don't realize that it's that they're telling you what they're gonna do, but it's like the highest of sophisticated intelligence. In other words, I'm so intelligent, so smart that I can tell you what I'm going to do and do it, and you won't even you have no power to stop it, or you can't even you're so thick, you're so thick that I can tell you that I'm going to do something to you that you won't like, but you just can't get it because you're too thick. You're not sharp enough. You're so primitive. You're so disorderly, and I'm so organized. Um, I'm so superior, and I can prove that I'm superior because I can tell you what I'm going to do and do it. And if you understand what I'm going to do, you're not organized enough to stop me. And if you don't understand what I'm going to do, I'm just going to laugh at you anyway because I'm sophisticated. That's the kind of thing you're dealing with. So going back to what we're saying, the confessions of the economic hitman. So all these young students, bright and hopeful, coming out of college, looking to do good, their perception of good, to help these third world darkies traveling the world, trying to help. They actually believe that, so they have good intentions, but they just don't understand the machine. They're still learning. They're learning how white power is, how it works, how those investors invest in projects. So I think what's really interesting is that white supremacy, the system knows how to harness the power of investment. So if you have 1,000 people who believe in a project or believe that something is good, but there's no system to harness the willpower of all those people, then it's like buckets with holes in it. You can't contain the power. You can't direct the power because just 100 people is a huge amount of power. Just 100 people. If you know how to organize the 100 people, you can direct the will of 100 people. If you can focus the will of 100 people, it's amazing things you could do. But how do you focus and organize the will of just 100 people? So these investment establishments, They can have thousands of investors, and they have their conference, and they have the reports. The reports come back from the people in the field who say they've discovered oil, discovered this, or discovered wood, or whatever. They write a report, writing, and then they send that report by email, documents, whatever, photographs, back to the central office. The central office then prepares a presentation, sorts out that report, and then gives that presentation to the director or to the salespeople, and and the salespeople take that document, they take that report, and they say, right, let's organize a conference of investors. So the investors are there sitting on money. So when they call a conference, it's news. It's interesting news. That's how they don't spend hours and hours watching foolishness. They're listening for new ideas, new opportunities for investment, new conferences. They're waiting for a call. Say, look, something has been found. We'd like you to come and listen to this report. We think there's something you will be interested in, something that you would like to invest in. So they all go to this conference. This organization sets up the conference, and the investors stream in. And the food and the wine or whatever is laid out there. And then the investors sit down and say, right, what have you got to say? What do you want my money for? Then the report is presented. Maybe that's what the chief executive officer, they give a speech. We have this report, this, and this, and this has been found. This is what we've found. And I suspect, based on this report, that if we mine this oil or this gold from this particular region, we reckon that underneath that ground is this much oil fields or whatever. So we would encourage you to invest in this project. So we need money to pay for the bulldozers. We need money to pay for the staff. We need money to pay for the engineers. We need money to pay for the ships. We need money for the planes. And most of all, we need money to buy off the government, to buy off the politicians. We need money to buy off the students, to buy off the police. See? So when you invest, you investors invest in this project. You know, you don't need to know all the details, but all you need to know is that there's gold there or there's oil there, and we're going to get it out. We'll get it out by any means necessary. And your investment will be used to set up the infrastructure to extract those resources from that people, from that nation. And so it's a sales pitch. It's a sales pitch. And then that sales pitch is those investors say, okay, I like the sound of that. And say, yeah, okay, I'm going to invest this much. And then maybe the whole conference, maybe 80% of the people or 50% of the people say, yeah, okay, we want a piece of that action. We want a piece of that. Yeah, here's a couple of mil, here's a couple of whatever. Yeah. So soon as those people say we want to invest in that project, that company, that organization is now the power is growing because it has the will, the intent of all those people that attended the conference. They're putting their money into that organization in order to do the mining and to do the political intrigue, to take control of that nation, to buy the politicians, buy the police, buy the military. And I was just reading here in the Economic Hitman that all the soldiers and all the police, all their equipment is bought by them. So obviously, if they're going to buy their uniforms, they're going to buy their vehicles, they're going to buy their hats, they're going to buy, then obviously, they're not going to go up against the company that's paying for all that. So they can say, yeah, you're free. Yeah, build yourself an airport. Don't worry about the coming in through this checks and so on. Build yourself a private runway and land your private planes in the area. So it all boils down to identity and the organization. You need the identity first. Who's in, who's out. You got to identify the people who are in, because then you know who the people are who are out and they're not subject to information. So identity. Now, once you've got the identity clarified, you say, right, because just like that investors conference, you can't get in there. You have to have a pass. So you don't know what their investing is doing. Unless you have been identified as an investor, you can't get into the conference. Identity. So you don't know what is going on. You're not going to find out. So identity is first, then the organization. So you identify, and then you say, right, all you who have been identified, we would like you to meet at this place at this time. Organize. See, identity first, identify the people, then organize them. Clarify identity. Who is qualified as an investor? Because when you put money in a bank, they say, save with us and we will give you a return on your money. Invest with us, invest in this department of the bank, and we'll give you a certain return on your money. And then you think, well, I've put my money in the bank. They're going to give me more money than I've put in there, as long as I leave it in there. Okay, that's it. But where are they making the money in order to pay you extra money? They're making it in investments. But what are they investing in? That's not your business. They're not going to tell you that. Because if you knew what they were investing in, you would probably definitely take your money out of that bank and start your own bank. Then what? That investment is going to mess up my children and my grandchildren, what they're investing in. But you wouldn't know that because they're not going to tell you what they're investing in, because your identity is not good enough. Your identity is not good enough to get you into the conference where they and the meetings where they're deciding how to make investments. Identity. So all you're getting, you think you're getting some extra and you're doing well. Oh, I've made some good investments. But you're just putting your money in the bank and then getting interest, and you think you're being clever. How are they making that interest? What are they investing in? How many darkies have to be killed? How many darkies have to starve for that project? You don't know. And you will not be told. Because you don't know what the meetings are, you don't know where the conference is. So they're just investing your money. Because those people that you're trusting your money with, what are their values? You don't know. What is their religion? You don't know. So you could be Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, whatever. You're all putting your money in the same bank. And what is the religion of that banker? What is the religion of the people that are looking after your money? What are their values? What is their culture? You don't know. You just think the bank is just some grey machine with no feelings, no bias. You think it's just like the money. There's people in there that have values, and those values may clash with yours. So you don't like people coming in. You don't want somebody coming into your house, into your home, and telling you how to arrange your house or your home or your bedroom, because they might not share your tastes or your values. But yet you're giving them their money to invest in projects that you don't know about, and it could be projects that could result in the death of darkies, of black people. And I definitely suspect it is, based on what I'm reading and what I've heard and my personal experience. So, solution is to clarify identity. Let's discuss identity. What would be an effective identity to unify people classified as black or African or descendants of African effectively? What would be the most effective identity? Once you've worked out what that identity is, then you start saying, right, how do we organize the people who share that identity? Because when you start to plan your conferences, your meetings, when you have your clarity on who is attending the conference, who is attending the meeting, what their values are, because the value is contained in the identity. Once you take on this identity, you take on the values of that go with that identity. Every identity has a set of values that goes with the identity. Your name is an identity, and you have values. So there's values connected to that name. Okay? So identity and values. So the identity is the placeholder for cultural values. Identity is the cup that holds the values, that holds the culture. So you've got to get their identity. Then you can then organize everybody who shares this identity effectively. So when the Europeans got together to carve up Africa, you're not getting in that meeting unless you're European, because it's a European meeting. They're very clear. They know who's coming into the meeting. So it may seem like a very simple point, but you've got to be strict. It's security. Identity. Once you clarify identity, you can then start organizing effectively. So as I was reading from this Confessions of an Economic Hitman, so obviously him and his girlfriend as students, you have to get registered. Then you're allowed to go on the plane. Then you can join this particular NGO, and then you get into the hotel. They're into the hotel, and then that man over there, they're always looking for new, young people to come into the system. So he knows by sitting about in the lounge area of the hotel, he knows when the flights are coming in with some new, fresh, young students, gullible, He just sits about there, hangs about, and then says, "Oh, why don't you come for dinner this evening?" And then in dinner, he knows that they have no idea how it works, but he tells them about how things work over the dinner table. And how he sells it, he says, "Look, you have come over here to help these poor darkies. You've seen the state, when you was flying in, you saw how they're living in these shanty towns. These black people, they're just so primitive. So primitive. They need help. They need help. And you've come over here to help them. That's very good. But you know what? If you really want to help them, you should help us with the extraction of oil. Because if we extract oil, then all of a sudden, we can improve their lives. We can build a new town. We get rich and they get rich. So this will no longer be a poor place. Because why? There's wealth under the ground. But these poor darkies, they don't know how to extract it. These darkies, they're sitting on oil. They're sitting on diamonds, but they're so primitive, they don't know. They're suffering and starving unnecessarily. There's no need for them to be starving and living in these shanty towns. If we help them to extract the diamonds, the gold, and the oil, which they're sitting on, we can really help them. That's what you've come here to do, haven't you? You've come here to improve their lives. These poor primitive people, they don't know how to do it. But if we bring in the boys, we bring in the mining company, we can make them something. To build new towns. And they'll get new products, they'll become civilized, first world. That's the way to help them. So if you're going to help them big. Not help them, putting in a little pump here and there and giving them some rice here and giving them some second-hand clothes there. No. You want to do charity properly. Business. Let's extract the resources and give the people a share. Because even a small share of the resources that we'll be extracting will significantly improve their lives. So when those two students, I haven't finished reading the book yet, but when those students go back to their beds, they'll be thinking all about what that man has said. And they'll be their brains are going to light up thinking, wow, let's do it big time. Let's really help these people on a big scale. Let's bring millions of pounds of investment into this area and lift these people from poverty. Lift them from poverty. That sounds good. Moral high ground. But where's the sting in the tail? As the oil has been extracted from the ground, as the gold is coming up, as the resources are being shipped out, and they're enjoying the benefits of a small share of those shipments, then the other salesmen arrive and say, why don't you expand? Why don't you expand operations? You're doing better than you was before we arrived. But hey, you can do a lot better than this. Can we? Yes, you can. But you'll need this, and this. Oh, well, the amount of money that we're getting from the resources that are being extracted from our land is not enough to get this, that, and this that you're suggesting that we need in order to expand. And the salesperson will say, yes, unfortunately, that is true. But not to worry, we have a solution. Really? Yes, we have a solution. What is that solution? Take out a loan. Take out a loan? For how much? This much. What? We can't afford to take a loan of that size. Relax. You have resources. The loan can be paid from the resources that are being extracted from your lands. Oh, yeah. So, take out a loan that's proportionate to the share of money you're getting from the resources that are being extracted from your land. In fact, I might even suggest to my friend that they increase the extraction of the resources in order so that you can help to pay off the loan. How about that? It's all sitting underneath your feet. The gold, the diamonds, it's all sitting right there. It just needs to be extracted. And the more we extract, the more money you get. And then you can pay off the loan. And then we can develop your nation. We can develop your country. We can bring in the heavy machinery and start building things for you. And you can pay for it from the loan. So, at that point, the nation gets into debt. They're in debt, but they don't have control, absolute control on the value of the resources that are being extracted in order to pay the debt. Because all of a sudden, they could say, oh, the market has changed. Oil has been discovered somewhere else. Or gold or whatever resource the same resources has been discovered somewhere else. So unfortunately, we have to devalue your resources because it's found more efficiently somewhere else. And then they say, but wait a minute, if you devalue our resources, if you devalue our currency, how are we going to pay back the debt that we're now in? Then they'll say, oh, well, it's the market. It's the market. The market. It's the market. We don't control the market. It's out of our hands. Don't control the market. Don't control the market. Question. The market. Yeah. So the market has caused your you to sink further and further and further into debt. Well, if you can't pay your debt and you're defaulting on your loans, we can work out a deal. Why don't you give us a portion of your country? Yep, this resources are being extracted. So you give us half ownership of half the mine, yeah, in order to cover your debts, and we'll reduce the debts. And also give us a slice of the country as well. Let us own the nation. Take the nation. So this is the model I am seeing, and I'm going to read more from this book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. I think Born Rich is asleep now. I'm going to go back to bed. I just woke up actually, so couldn't sleep, so I'm going to go back to bed. I don't know how many people are still here. I think everybody's gone. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah. So I'm going to go to bed now, and we'll continue these. I'll share more of what I discover from the book as I read. But so far, I'm I'm starting to see how they get the bright-eyed students who are trying to offer aid, how they get them into big business with a sales pitch of you'll really be able to help these people come out of their poverty, come out of the third world, help these darkies. Yeah. Oh yeah, Shine Truth. Yeah, I can't let you in because Born Rich is asleep. I think he's asleep now. So have a good night all, and we continue our discussions at another time.